All right. Good morning. It's 9:30. We're gonna call to order the Board of Supervisors special meeting for January 17th, and we'll ask our Madam Clerk to call the roll.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and all are in person.
And do we have any additions or corrections for closed session by our county council?
There are none today, Chair.
We'll call, we have closed session items numbers 1, subsection A through E. Do you have any comments from the public on any of the closed session items before we recess for that?
I see no hands raised.
Okay, then we will recess and we'll be back for the ceremony starting at 10:30. Thank you.
Mike 4 check.
Clerk Mikes,
Mike check 5.
Staff mic 1.
Mike 7 check. Mike 8 check.
Staff mic 1. Staff mic 2.
Mike 11 check. Mike 12 check. Mike 12 check.
Podium mic.
Oh, that one needs to.
Diego's mic.
Oh, there she is, right there.
Wireless mic 1 check.
So, right? That's stand by. Yep, I just saw that. I'm gonna promote you right now. Are you? You're you're confusing me. Here, I'm looking for your name and looking at you. That's okay.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome everyone to our January 17th special meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, and we'd like our clerk to call the roll.
Good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
And next, we'd like to ask from our interpreter, Diego Celis, to make his announcement about Spanish interpretation.
Muy buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete de inglés-español y de español-inglés el día de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de interpretación, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Diego. Next, do we have additions or corrections by our Madam Clerk?
Yes, we do. For the Housing and Community Development, the general plan housing item that was previously scheduled for January 10th was moved to this date, January 17th. However, it has now been moved to January 24th, just to note. And there's a revision to item number 7 and 8 under the appointments. The clerk has received a revised notification.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, today we are having this very special ceremony that we had postponed from last week due to the storms in our region. But to initiate this ceremony, we are pleased today to begin with the presentation of colors by the Monterey County Sheriff's Office Honor Guard. If we could all rise for this presentation. Today, for the singing of our national anthem, we'd like to invite our very own Jasmine Mejia, who grew up in East Salinas. She's a graduate from Alisal High School, and she works as my executive assistant. Thank you.
Oh, say, can you see those early lights? What so proudly held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight over ramparts launched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, their guns bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the
And to lead us today for our Pledge of Allegiance, we'd like to ask our new colleague on the Board of Supervisors representing District 2, Glenn Church, to lead us. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic Can we please give the Sheriff's Department Honor Guard a big round of applause for joining us today? You all may be seated. First of all, I want to welcome all our county employees, members of the public, family and friends of our distinguished county leaders who will be ceremonially sworn in today to give this special occasion and this historic day the attention that it truly deserves. Today, we will conduct the oath of office for Supervisor Chris Lopez for District 3, who was reelected to his position, new County Supervisor Glenn Church for District 2, comments by our past chair, Supervisor Adams, and then the oath of office for our new County Sheriff Tina Nieto and our County Assessor, Tax Collector, Recorder Marina Camacho. I want to acknowledge any of the elected officials who have joined us here today, and I know Salinas Mayor Kimberly Craig was going to be joining us as well. We want to invite everyone here and the public to join us for cake and refreshments in the lobby at the end of this morning's ceremony. To start us off, we will have the oath of office for District 2 Supervisor Glenn Church, who represents North Monterey County and parts of North Salinas. He will be sworn in this morning by retired Monterey County Superior Court Judge Lidia Villarreal. We will conduct the oath of office for both supervisors and then hear comments from each of them afterwards. And Glenn, if you want to go towards the front. And Judge Villarreal. And Judge Villarreal, you're free, feel free to make any comments before you actually do the oath.
Is this working? Is this working? Okay. I, Glenn Church, do solemnly swear
I, Glenn Church, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
Constitution of the State,
and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion,
well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, Supervisor Church, and thank you, Judge Villarreal. Next, we will have the oath of office for District 3 Supervisor Chris Lopez, who is reelected to represent South Monterey County and parts of East Salinas, he will be sworn in today by retired State Assembly member, former Salinas City Council member, and former Monterey County Supervisor Simone Salinas. I just want to add that Supervisor Lopez and his lovely wife, Jazmin, just had their second child, a beautiful baby girl, on January 5th. Ines Francisca Lopez, congratulations to you both. Let's give them a round of applause for the addition to the family.
Thank you, Chair Alejo. Before I do the swearing in ceremony, let me first of all thank you and congratulate you on your chairpersonship, and CAO Sonia de la Rosa, welcome, and thank you for bringing some Fresno sunshine. We needed it. And the rest of the board and County Council Gerard, Happy New Year, and wish you all the best. I know you're doing a very great job trying to keep the residents of Monterey County safe. We've had some turbulent weeks here, but I'm sure that with a steady hand, this board will continue to make us proud as our elected officials here from Monterey County. So congratulations. So now, Supervisor Lopez, if you would raise your right hand, repeat after me. I can talk loud. I state your name,
I, Christopher Lopez,
solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States,
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully execute
and that I will well and faithfully execute
the duty upon which I am about to enter.
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
You guys could take a photo there. Get all the family in there. Get all the family in there. All right, congratulations to you both. We would now like to hear from opening comments from our new supervisor, Glenn Church. We'll pass over the mic to you, sir.
There we go. Learning how to use this contraption. Thank you very much, Chair. I was in here last year when I noticed a plaque against the wall over here by the doors, and it mentions that those panels up there used to be in the old board chambers in the old courthouse, which is now occupied by the DA. And then when I saw that last year, I was thinking about those and thinking about all the debates that had gone on through there, and you know, if those walls could speak words, it would be very interesting. And I also, you know, reflected back on my own self and the times that many hours that I had spent over the previous decades, from the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, when I know that paneling was at the old board chambers and the old courthouse. And you know, a lot of things have changed over those times. And one thing that I'm grateful has changed is I remember those board meetings sometimes would go into the evenings. And I know Supervisor Del Piero, I see over there, Supervisor Strasser Kaufman. I mean, I'm, you know, from the 80s, I know they had many that went to the evenings. I remember back in the 60s and the 70s, some of these meetings would go to close at 9 or 10 o'clock, and some would go to midnight. And there were even some that went past that. So I'm thankful we're through with that. That's not likely to happen. You know, we've kind of got things a little better organized onto those. As you know, many of you know, my dad served here on the Board of Supervisors between 1965 and 1977. So it was a real, you know, opportunity to learn a lot of things about how this county operates, how a member of the board operates. I think much the same way that maybe Jimmy Panetta learned about, you know, how a congressman operates through his dad, Leon, or Sam Farr learned through his dad, Fred Farr, who was a very prominent state senator in the 50s and the 60s. You know, it's kind of funny. One of the things through those experiences that I always said to myself is, I said, you know, I don't want to be a county supervisor. Well, you know, the thing about that, piece of advice I have to give to everybody on that is never say never. You never know what'll come up. So, you know, as I look back over those many decades of been in this county and seeing this county government operate, you know, I look back at the issues that were there 50 years ago, and they were housing and water and roads and land use. And then I look around at now and the issues we face. And it's housing, it's water, it's roads, it's land use. And while I'd like to be optimistic that, you know, we'll be able to address some of these somehow, within me, I have a hunch that 50 years from now, it'll still be housing and water and land use and roads. So I, want to thank, everybody, that's helped out in this transition to this position, but also, I look forward to the next 4 years of working with many individuals, this community, the many interest groups that have a lot at stake in what happens in this county with my colleagues and the members of the staff on here. But particularly, I look forward to representing the many residents of District 2 and North Salinas, as the chair said, and in North County. And for the betterment of this, of all the people in this county. It is an honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. Next, we'll go to Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I do want to acknowledge and thank my wife. She is the light of my life and the reason that I'm allowed to do what I do every single day. And I've got an 11-day-old baby at home, and that makes it extremely tough, especially with the storms we've been experiencing. But she understood and understands what I do and why the passion that I have is for the communities that I represent. And with that, I have to thank my parents, who you saw stand with me out front a few seconds ago. They are the ones who taught me to do what I do, which is put community first and put yourself second. Oh, whatever you give, you will get back tenfold. That was the mantra in our household growing up. And so I try to give everything I have, knowing that someday it'll come back. Who knows in what form, but they've lived that truth, and I strive to live that every single day. And with that, I want to thank Simon, the man who taught me everything I know about being a great leader, an absolutely amazing leader. Simon, you were and are the type of person so many people in Monterey County look up to. For everything you've done for our community, I say thank you. And I thank you for your mentorship over the years that continues to this day. I'll never stop calling you boss, and you know that. I'm proud of what we were able to accomplish in my first term. I thank Supervisor Church for hitting those top points. In my community, we built housing, we fixed roads, and in a weird way, we've got more water today than we've had in probably 15 years. So, we're fixing the issues that we see, but we're putting the communities who haven't seen those benefits first. I think of the community of San Lucas, and truly everything that community has transformed into. I want to thank Elsa Jimenez, the head of our health department, because soon, thanks to her help and the help of Public Works, we're going to see communities like San Ardo and Chular receive those same transformations. We're going to see over $10 million invested in the district in those basic infrastructure needs for communities who haven't seen it. We're also going to see a new farm worker resource center come to South County, thanks to the efforts of the health department. It's about putting community first. That's the reason that I sit up here today and every single day, and why I show up. And I have to thank my staff. I have the absolute best staff. Sorry, no insults. Yesterday was Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and they lived the ethos. Rather than relying on words, they spent their day off without me asking in San Ardo, distributing food to a community heavily impacted by these storms that we've been seeing rip our county apart. And so it's for those reasons that I wake up every single day with renewed energy, from my wife and the 2 babies we have at home, to my parents who taught me how I should live my life, and Simon, who taught me how I could do it within the walls of Monterey County, and the citizens who gave me the right to sit up on this dais and make decisions on their behalf. I want to thank my colleagues for your support and all that you've allowed me to and assisted me in accomplishing for those communities that we are committed to every single day. And with that, I am renewed and look forward to a fresh 4 years of continuing to serve our community and putting their needs first. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think all of us look forward to your next 4 years serving on this dais. Next, we would normally have the passing of the chair of the Board of Supervisors. We made that change very quickly at last week's meeting, but we were unable to make any comments. So I want to take the opportunity to thank our past chair, Mary Adams, for her leadership and service during our third year of this COVID pandemic. These have certainly been very challenging times, but Supervisor Adams took her role seriously and worked hard to represent our county as a whole and her District 5 on a variety of very important issues. Today, I would like to present this gavel on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to express our deep appreciation for her service to the people of Monterey County and to all our county employees. If we give Mary Adams a big round of applause, and here is her plaque. And if we could hear some words from our past chair, please.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank all of you so much for being here today. This is a day of celebration. Even in the midst of all of the flooding that we have, I don't think there's a person in this room that isn't having some good feelings in their heart. I really want to just let you know how grateful I am for the many people who made my job of chairing the board. I was going to say easy, but that's probably an over-exaggeration. But I want to specifically call out the clerk of the board and her very able staff. All of the department heads that put the board packets together and write the reports in a way that someone who really struggles at some points to understand the fine nuances to make it much easier for me. I'm very thankful for my board of my colleagues here on the board, but most importantly, I'm particularly thankful for my own staff, my chief of staff, Sarah Hardgrave, my policy analyst, Colleen Courtney, and of course, my executive assistant, Susan Moore. Without the diligence that they do and all of the work that they focus on, I don't think I would be able to be sitting here. It's a significant responsibility to chair the board. I must admit that I enjoy doing it very, very much. This year, I think we are going to see a watershed year here in Monterey County. And I don't just mean watershed to use the word lightly, but we're going to have a new assessor. We're going to have a new ag commissioner. We're going to have we have a new interim Water Resources Agency general manager. We have a new sheriff and her able leadership team. I'm so thankful that you're here today with us. In addition to that, we have a new county administrative officer who brings her experience from Fresno to us and a fresh approach. I think that the most critical change, though, for the way that I believe our county will be viewed is that we have a new member of our Board of Supervisors, Glenn Church. And as we look to represent the entire county, I think that you're going to find that we're able to do that well. Your concerns are our concerns. Each of us represents our own district, of course, but I think working together, we're more than 5 people. My hope is that we will be able to work in unison so that we are able to speak with one voice and we are able to address the problems of our county in a unified voice, but more importantly, that we're able to come up and to be leaders of the county and help all of the residents from Pajaro to, Prunedale to Parkfield, as well as the beautiful Monterey Peninsula, and of course, all of our colleagues in the 4th District. We all have the same goal, and that's to make life better for all of us. So I wish Supervisor Alejo very much good luck. I'm sure that you're going to be able to lead us well. And I just want to thank you. I'll quote Supervisor Church here. It truly is an honor to do this. And it's one that I appreciate and enjoy very much. So thank you so much. And thank you for the plaque and the gavel.
Thank you, Supervisor Adams. And next, I would just like to make a few comments as the new chair of the Board of Supervisors for 2023. I first want to acknowledge my mama, Maria Luisa Covarrubias, who's here right in the front row, and also my stepfather, Jose Covarrubias. Thank you for being here. I want to thank certainly my staff, Linda Gonzalez, Javier Gomez, and Jasmine Mejia. Linda and Javier have worked with me for my 6 years in the State Assembly and now going on my 7th year as a county supervisor. Today, I want to let everyone know that it's been my great honor to serve as a supervisor representing the beautiful city of Salinas. It's hardworking people, and it's from its youth to its seniors and all the amazing businesses and organizations. Despite previously having the honor to serve as a state assembly member and as a mayor, being a county supervisor for Salinas has been my best job so far. It has been during this pandemic that this responsibility became so much more important to help save and protect lives and trying to get resources to those areas in our county who were being the hardest hit. It is not lost upon me that we have lost 806 of our beloved residents to the COVID pandemic. This coming year, I look forward to continue working with my 4 colleagues to lead and do all possible to uplift our families and our businesses. Dr. King did remind us that a true test of a person is not where one stands in times of comfort or convenience, but where one stands in times of challenge and controversy. And these have certainly been the most challenging times in local government. These recent storms have hit our county, our residents, and our businesses and schools hard. But the people of Monterey County are resilient, and we can and will get through any challenge that confronts us. Once these storms subside and these flood waters recede, we know that the hardest work is still ahead to help our families, our communities, and our economy recover from the impacts of these devastating storms. We look forward to working with our state and federal legislators to make sure we can draw down as much resources to get through this. I want to also personally thank our first responders, our county staff, our community volunteers, and the many partner agencies and our local news reporters who have really done heroic work to protect our communities and to keep our residents informed throughout these numerous storms. Can we please give our heroes a big round of applause for their tremendous work? We also know that addressing housing and homelessness is a top priority for so many working families, and we will have a lot more opportunities to decide significant housing proposals this coming year, including more workforce housing. On homelessness, we have 5 Project Home Key projects moving forward in partnership with the cities of Salinas and King City to convert over 200 hotel rooms for permanent supportive housing. And we have a joint project with the city of Salinas to build up to 180 additional new units to serve our unhoused population. But we know that there's so much more to do to really tackle homelessness here at home. I hope that our board can also focus on key issues impacting our social workers and Department of Social Services. We need to recruit and retain more of these critical professionals because they are on the front lines of protecting our most vulnerable, our children who often face dangerous and traumatic circumstances in their young lives. I also want to ensure that the operations continue for the Watsonville Community Hospital for our North County residents. Last year, in partnership with other local governments and partners, we did the impossible to create a hospital district in record time and raise over $60 million in just a few months to save that key healthcare institution. But we must now ensure that it continues to be success stories in its operations. Here in Salinas, we have so many beautiful things taking place. We are investing and building a brand new multi-million-dollar behavioral health clinic in East Salinas. Old Town Salinas continues to be revitalized with new investments, and we are doing a groundbreaking in just the next couple months of the next major phase of the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex. I also hope to keep championing for that new skate park and bicycle pump track for our youth of this city right next door. Just a few days ago, I was honored to be also appointed by Assembly Speaker Anthony Rendon to serve as the first local government representative on the California Broadband Middle Mile Advisory Council to also close the digital divide, not only locally, but throughout California. This year, I am planning to open the first ever District 1 supervisorial office in East Salinas to give my constituents more direct access. East Salinas has never had such an office there, and I want to take my services closer to where the people live and work and where the need is greatest. Lastly, I know that my colleagues and I will keep ensuring to lift up every corner of our county, every community, but especially those disadvantaged communities that historically have not received the attention and resources they deserve. When we uplift our most vulnerable and our poorest residents and communities, we lift up everyone else in this great society. Each of us on this dais represent our own respective district, but we all aim to do what is right for all our county residents because this is the place that we love, the place that we call home, and the place that we are so honored to represent. Thank you very much, and I also want to thank our 5,000 plus county employees for all the hard work they do for the people of Monterey County. Thank you. Next, I'm honored to pass the mic over to our new CAO, Sonia De La Rosa. She was inducted into this new CAO role by metaphorically swimming in water with so many storms that we've endured. But this new role, this role as a new county CAO is a homecoming for her, as she's a native daughter of King City who has returned to her home county. Sonia has decades of experience working in county government in Fresno County. She rose through the ranks there, and today she stands as the first Latina to ever lead our county as CAO. If we could please give her a big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you so much, supervisors, for allowing me to be here with you all in this position. It is an honor to be here, to be able to serve all of you and support this county as we move forward. Certainly the last few weeks have been very interesting. I started last Monday, but I actually came in a week and a half before that because of the storms. And I thank our assistant CAO, Nick Chulos, for really bringing me into the conversation and allowing me to sit in with our emergency operations team and our Department of Emergency Management as we got through the last few weeks. And of course, with the guidance of our sheriff and so many agencies that joined us at the Emergency Operations Center that included cities, counties, and CAL FIRE, along with so many more people that were in that room. At any given time, we probably had between 60 and 80 people working together to ensure that our community remains safe. It is an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you as your county administrative officer. I am learning so much. That is my plan in the coming months, is to learn even more from the experts that we have in our multiple departments and really learn in what way I could help serve our county better. We have a great team. It's awesome to see just in the last week that I've been in this position, to be able to see so many people and the love for the job that they do and the love for the community where we all live and work and have our families. It truly was amazing to see how we could all come together, not just in our county, but also with our partners to the north, Santa Cruz County, to really strategize how we were going to best protect our communities. And through the frustration and so much rain that came to us, we made the best decisions based on so much information that was provided from so many people within the county, but also experts that we relied upon to ensure that everybody was kept out of harm's way and also their pets. In terms of background, yes, I grew up in King City. I have farm working parents. Both of my parents retired from field labor, and I too was able to work in these fields throughout the valley. I did lose my mom last year, and my dad still lives in King City. But one of the things, the basics for us was to work and work hard and give back, and then to raise children that are going to do well in our community and give back, and also in turn raise children of their own that would be responsible and caring to those that we live with and around. Moving forward, your values are mine. It's worth repeating: honesty and integrity, top quality customer service, continued innovation, and then to treat our employees, customers, and residents with respect and courtesy at all times. I am so grateful for this position. Never working in the fields of this county would I ever have thought that this position would be bestowed upon me by those of you in this community and this Board of Supervisors and so many supporters, that expands counties. Through my work with the California State Association of Counties, and also the work in the county of Fresno and those adjacent counties as well, I had so many people support me, and I intend to do the same. I intend to support anybody that seeks my assistance, and even those that are not ready maybe to bring me into the conversation. I am here to support all of you, and I do not take for granted that you asked me to be here, and I truly, truly am so grateful. So thank you.
Thank you, CAO, and welcome home. And we're really honored to have you back here with us to helping to lead our county. Next, we will conduct the oaths of office for two other historic positions in our county. First of all, we will start with our new county assessor, tax collector, recorder, Marina Camacho. She rose through the ranks in her office before being elected to this position after the retirement of her predecessor, Steve Agnini. She is also the first Latina to hold this position as county assessor, tax collector, and recorder in Monterey County. She will be sworn in by Supervisor Chris Lopez.
Before we start this morning, Marina, I just want to say it is a privilege to be here with you. One more product of South County doing good for our community. And I want to say thank you for the privilege of assisting here, but mostly for your commitment to our county. You're not new to the county family, and we know the work you've put in has assisted so many. So it is my honor and privilege to swear you in today. I'm going to ask, would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I, and state your name,
I, Xochitl Marina Camacho,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution against all enemies.
against all enemies.
I'm sorry, let me start that over. I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties of which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. And Ms. Camacho, this is an opportunity for you to share any words with your staff, your family and friends who have joined you here today, and also with the community.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Alejo and board members and CAO De La Rosa. I hadn't had the pleasure of meeting you. First of all, thank you to my staff who is here and supporting me, and to the public. For those of you that don't know me, I have been with the county for 33 years. I, like CAO De La Rosa and Chair Alejo, I am of immigrant descent. Both my parents were labor workers. I learned a lot from them. Unfortunately, they are no longer with me. I lost my mom about 30 years ago and recently lost my dad in August. But many things that I learned from them was dedication, commitment. They work hard. And, you know, the fruits of your labor will come through. As CEO De La Rosa indicated, never in a million years did I think I would be in this position, but I am grateful and fortunate that I find myself here through the commitment and the value that my parents taught me of working hard, focusing, and just doing the best that you can, which is what I plan to do and what I have done for the last 33 years. I was very fortunate that my predecessor saw, you know, my hard work and effort, recognized it, and actually appointed me to become the assistant assessor. I was the assistant assessor since 2014 till before I decided to run for election and continue to serve the public in this new capacity. It is a little bit different. I am in my third week of being the assessor clerk recorder, but I am honored and grateful first for this invitation and the opportunity to participate in this wonderful ceremony. So thank you, Chair Alejo. I am proud and honored and humbled that a lot of people have supported me. I am really grateful to have such wonderful staff continuing to work with me and doing the hard work that we do every day that most people don't know what we do. And that is basically, we work behind the scenes, making sure that your values are done and rolled properly, making sure that you get your bills on time. And more importantly, making sure that the revenue that gets to the county gets to there on time and to be distributed the way it needs to be done. my first goal right now has been to learn a lot of the different aspects that I was not used to doing, but working diligently at it. We're working on trying to successfully transition our management team. With that, I started by appointing our new assistant assessor, Greg McFarland, who has been with our office for many years, about 23 years. With his ascension leaves the vacancy and subsequently opens an opportunity for our staff to pursue a new career path and grow our own and continue to do that succession planning, to continue to do the best job that we can successfully and continuing to give the public service, the best public service that we can within our capacity. We have a breadth of knowledge and experience in both our staffs, both departments, and a clerk recorder. We have Alicia Sotelo, who is the assistant clerk recorder and who will continue to be the assistant clerk recorder. She has over 20 years of experience there. And so the knowledge and the experience in the customer service will continue to be equally as it has been and hopefully better. Today, I'm working toward also with all the different calamities that we are experiencing. Hopefully, our office will offer the support to all those property owners who have suffered calamity due to the floods and the rains, and who qualify for calamity relief. Those that suffered $10,000 or greater, then we will have the necessary forms available for them. So, closing, I look forward to working with this board and serving the public the way we have, 100% effort. And I want to thank my family and my staff for being here and supporting me. It means the world to me. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Assessor Camacho. Next, we will call up our new county sheriff, Tina Nieto, who also jumped into her role with so much crisis caused by these storms. She is an Army veteran and a trailblazer in law enforcement who rose to become the first Latina captain in the Los Angeles Police Department, first Latina Marina police chief, and now the first Latina, first female, and first LGBTQ county sheriff in Monterey County. She was also one of the first 3 Latina county sheriffs in California, along with Alameda and San Mateo counties, all who won their elections last year at the same time. She will be sworn in by retired Judge Lydia Villarreal.
Can I ask all the chiefs to stand behind me, please? It's very important to me. And could I get my staff with me to come up and take my oath? And Cheryl, my partner, you need to come up with me, please.
I, Tina Nieto,
I, Tina Nieto,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter. So help me God. Thank you, everybody. I'm Tina Nieto, and I'm your new sheriff. And I asked the chiefs to come up. They didn't know this because when they talk about baptism, my executive management team and myself definitely had a baptism by Mother Nature this past 2 weeks. This actually started before I took office. And so like our new CAO, I was already involved in the incident and the planning, knowing that we were going to be hit with atmospheric river after atmospheric river over and over again. And so we're in the preparation phase. And as soon as we came into office, we were already in the middle of an event. And so truly, as I said, was baptism by Mother Nature. The chiefs, my emergency management team, and my partner of 25 years now, 24 years, we're not counting anymore. We could not have got through what we got through without their support, because it really is a collaborative effort to work through these natural disasters that occur, to be able to recover quickly. And we're still not done. The meetings are still going on today. We're here celebrating, but there's still boots on the ground. There's still parts of our community. There's still a lot of county employees that are still at the EOC looking at how we move forward as a county together. So I want to thank my mom and dad couldn't be here today. I sent them home during one of the breaks in the store, not home, but actually they traveled between the children. But I sent them to my sisters during a break in the storm because I wasn't able to be home a lot because of what was going on. I want to thank the County Board of Supervisors. Every single one of them stood as partners with our sheriff's office through this event, having multiple press conferences to try to inform the community of the things that we needed. I want to thank all of you in the community. You guys stood beside us, and when we made it very inconvenient for you to be away from your homes, you listened to us, especially the community of Paro, a community that has so for many years not had the things that it needs for this community, and still has many needs. We are actually going to be lifting the order shortly in that community so they can return home. Something the rest of us take for granted who live in higher elevation areas. Again, thank you, supervisors. You were there with me side by side. And Chris, him and I stood together getting soaked. Mary stood beside me getting soaked. As we did these press conferences, I think to add to it, Mother Nature said, let me just dump more water on you. I had many people said, why weren't you wearing a rain jacket? I'm like, I didn't have one, but we got them out to the officers, and that was important. And I felt it was very important for people to see the face of their new, leadership, that we were there standing beside you to get through this together. So there's so many people I want to thank while I'm here as the sheriff, but I think the way I thank you is to make sure that I do my job good, that I do my job justly, that I do my job with compassion, and that the sheriff's office and the people around me, the leadership team, that we do the same. And I can tell you with my executive team, I consider them family now. They too had to make a lot of sacrifices. We didn't ask them to do anything, the people with the stars, that we weren't asking those men and women in the back to do. Everybody in this county worked hard through this thing. 24-hour days, 12-hour days, which really mean 13, 14, 15, 16-hour days. I'm surprised I'm talking and standing, because like many of the men and women in law enforcement, I've not had a lot of sleep. But I'm going to eat a lot of cake so I could get that sugar rush. And then finally, because through this winter storm 2023, I've always quoted somebody that you heard about Steinbeck, or I was saying something, but I just want to add this thought, and I was thinking about it driving in this morning. And this reminded me of Simon and Garfunkel, Nick, who's our PIO, and the song Bridge Over Troubled Waters. And we've definitely had some troubled waters. There's areas the ag community has suffered that still, are flooded, but our rivers are starting to go down. But that song actually meant, the bridge was actually meant like a person. And that bridge is that we have to reach out to each other during times like this and help each other out and provide that bridge in order to recover. And so I can tell you, moving forward, the sheriff's office will always be that bridge to every community in our county, to every community that hasn't been heard before. We are there to listen. We are there to listen and have the conversation. So again, thank you, everybody, to the ag farmers and the ag industry, because I was out there a lot in South County. They sacrificed, I believe, to keep our northern part of our county safer. So some of them, the fields were flooded unintentionally, but there were other farmers that I know did flood their fields. So the floodwaters never actually crested higher. So if you're wondering why the science was a little bit off, these were some of the sacrifices, the stories that you haven't heard that were occurring during the last 2 weeks. So with that, I think I've talked long enough. And I just want to thank everybody. And again, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. 2023 will definitely be a remarkable year for Monterey County with all the new leadership stepping up to serve. We now want to introduce our new County Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures, Juan Hidalgo, who comes to us from Santa Cruz County and will start his position in February. So we wanted to give him an opportunity to share some words and kind of give his visions as our incoming Agricultural Commissioner for Monterey County. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Alejo, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Juan Hidalgo. I currently serve as Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures for the County of Santa Cruz. I'm grateful and humbled to have the opportunity to serve the community of Monterey County, our growers as well here very soon. It's a tremendous opportunity for me to be able to use my skills and use my knowledge to continue to support agriculture here in beautiful Monterey County. Just a little background on myself. I'm originally from El Salvador and I came to California when I was 12. I grew up in the Bay Area. And after attending high school and graduating from high school, I attended junior college locally, and I continued my education at UC Davis, where I received a bachelor's degree in animal science. After graduating from Davis, I actually worked in the poultry industry in the Central Valley for almost a couple of years. So that's a different type of agriculture, certainly different than some of the commodity fields that we see here. And certainly we have quite a bit of livestock agriculture in the county. And that was a great opportunity to really learn what it takes to work in agriculture and learn about the challenges that growers and ag workers face every day. And after doing that for a while, I ended up moving back to the Bay Area, where I actually got hired by the Marin County Agricultural Commissioner as a seasonal trapper, just doing some trapping for invasive pests in the county. And a short while after that, there was an opportunity to work in Santa Cruz County, which I was privileged and fortunate enough to be able to receive. And I started as an inspector there. And, over the years, I had the opportunity to become a Deputy Agricultural Commissioner. And at the end of 2015, I was appointed by the board as the Santa Cruz County Agricultural Commissioner, a role that I had the privilege to serve in for the past 7 years. And so it's been a privilege to, in my career, personally, to be able to have the opportunity to serve our County of Monterey here. And I'm a county resident. I live in Perundale, so it's a tremendous honor for me to be able to serve our community. I think for me as incoming Agricultural Commissioner, some of my top priorities are certainly going to be to be able to understand some of the challenges that we face, that our growers face in our community. We certainly have, the flooding and some of the issues that we have been seeing from the storms is something that's going to play out and have an impact on our growers for the next several months. So I know the office here is working diligently to get some estimates on what some of those damages that our growers are going to be taking on here for the next several months are going to be, and being able to provide that information to the correct agencies so that our growers can get the support that they need to be able to continue their operations into the future months. I also look forward to working with the Agricultural Commissioner's Office and understanding those challenges. I think working with our growers, our industry, and our state agency to find sound solutions for some of the upcoming challenges that agriculture faces here in Monterey County is going to be absolutely crucial. At the state level, there's going to be new directives and regulations that our growers are going to have to face. And be able to adjust to and understand a little bit better and to also explore those opportunities as to what these new initiatives from the state and regulatory processes are going to mean. To give you an example, the state is working on a statewide pesticide notification system. That's something that certainly is going to have an impact on our growers to some extent. The state is also working on increasing sustainable pest management practices on farms. And I know our growers already do a lot to be able to invest into more sustainability on their farms. But, with climate change, certainly that's going to be something that's going to be in the front lines to be able to see what our growers can do. And so while these changes do mean some challenges for our growers, I think there's also some opportunities there that can be explored. So I look forward to engaging with our growers and having the conversations to be able to get us thinking about what this means to us and how we might be able to collaborate and partner up with the state and be able to find some sound and sensible solutions that continue to protect our local agriculture. So with that being said, it's a tremendous honor to have the opportunity to be before your board today and be able to serve Monterey County. And I'm grateful for the opportunity and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hidalgo. And he has been a Prudhoe resident for all this time, so he's been one of our local residents. Lastly, just very briefly, the next person is no stranger to us all. Our former county CAO, Lou Bauman, has returned temporarily to serve as our interim director for the Monterey County Water Resources. I wanted to give him a chance to share a few words, and he is on Zoom.
Good morning, Chair Alejo, members of the board, and members of your staff team. It's a pleasure to join you this morning. And thank you for the opportunity to join the county family. It's a pleasure to assist you during this transition to permanent management at the Water Resources Agency. As the sheriff indicated, it was quite a welcome with all the flooding and activity. I can say I have been extremely impressed with the quality and the caliber of the members of your staff, of the Water Resources Agency, and as your sheriff indicated, all our community partners. A phenomenal response. People have not had sleep since December 31st. And the phones are ringing off the hook, so to speak. Nevertheless, it's been a pleasure to join you. I should be with you for a few months, and my congratulations to our newly elected board member and all our elected officials and our new staff members, and I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bauman. Really some tremendous work by Mr. Bauman during these storms for sure, and really prioritizing our communities. Lastly, do you want to open up for any comments from our colleagues on, since we've finished all our presentations of our new leadership for 2023, we'll go to District 4, Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. And to all of my new colleagues, to Supervisor Church, to Sheriff Nieto, to our assessor, Marina Camacho, thank you for being willing to step into public service in this way. I am thrilled to have this opportunity to work with you. You know your communities well, you know our county well, and I take great comfort in knowing that we have that kind of expertise and deep community knowledge joining us as decision makers. We're not always going to agree, and I just want to acknowledge that, but I hope that you know, and I want to be very clear that I appreciate your perspectives. I appreciate learning with you. I appreciate the opportunity to grow with you. And I hope that we can always remain open in our dialogue and in our conversation. I make better decisions because of the information that you share with me, and I hope that the opposite remains true as well. I do want to take just a brief moment to notice something. When I was sworn in 2 years ago, I was the 7th supervisor, female supervisor in the history of this board. And we have a historic moment right now as we welcome our existing treasurer, tax collector, Mary Zeeb, as we have our district attorney, Janine Paccioni, we have our auditor, Rupa Shah, and we are welcoming in 2 new females in county leadership. So for the first time ever in Monterey County history, all 5 of our countywide elected officials are women, along with And I know that the gender does not define their role as leaders, but it is significant and a moment that's worth recognizing and celebrating. So thank you for joining me and acknowledging this moment, as well as our second ever county CAO, who is a woman. So I am confident that together we will represent our county well, and I look forward to working with all of you in the coming year. So just congratulations. Thank you for stepping in, and I'm excited for what lies ahead.
Thank you. Any additional comments from Supervisor Adams?
Yes, I forgot to say 2 things during my thank yous beforehand. And one is that I did not acknowledge and thank our county council. Without him, I would never have been would have made it through a single board meeting. He was always so supportive and like, you want to ask him if there's any? Right. So I thank you so very much, Les. I really do. I appreciate everything that you did to help me get through things. And then the second thing that I wanted to do is to wish happy birthday to my former chief of staff, who now is Senator Laird's district representative, Kate Daniels. Happy birthday.
Thank you. And all of us really appreciate the hard work by our county council, Les Gerard. Appreciate you. Going to Supervisor Lopez next. Supervisor Glenchurch. Okay, enough of that. Let's go to the public now. Give opportunity for public to make any comments on any of these presentations from our new county leadership. This is
Supervisor
yes.
Chair, sorry, I was deferring to Supervisor
Okay.
Lopez if he had something.
Yes,
there.
go ahead then.
So,
sir.
sorry, I just wanted to make a few comments, very brief. Also looking forward to working with all the new elected and appointed officials. It feels like this is a period of a great transformation in many ways going on, and I'm looking forward to the new CAO and the new sheriff, who I feel like went through a little bit of a baptism during the campaign on over the primary and the general election, and I'm looking forward to working with everybody on the board here. As Supervisor Askew mentioned, I know there'll be things we agree on, there'll be things we disagree on, and I hope in the end result we all are making good choices and moving this county forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now let's go to the public. If there's any members of the public who would like to speak on any of these presentations, this is a moment to do that. So we'll give a couple minutes. I don't see anybody in chambers. Do we have anybody online? Oh, yes. Go ahead, please. Thank you. It's your birthday, so you go first.
It's my birthday. Chair Alejo, thank you so much. And as Supervisor Adams mentioned, I serve as the policy advisor to Senator Laird. And 2 comments. One is that this has been one of the most historic representations I think I've ever seen in Monterey County in terms of the folks who've stepped up and into leadership positions at the county, and it's really exciting. And the storm damage and what we've just experienced, I just want to remind everyone, our new CAO, that Senator Laird is here. Don't forget that we are here, and he has a tremendous relationship with so many of the state agencies, whether it's Fish and Wildlife or the Department of Water Resources. So do reach out to us and let us know how we can help navigate these next few weeks, few months, and what could be more than a year. So we're here. Congratulations to everyone who was sworn in today and who stepped into these powerful positions. And again, it's just so exciting to see all of you today. And I really look forward to what this means for Monterey County. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, anyone online? We don't see no other speakers. We will close public comments. With that, we will invite everyone for some cake and coffee and refreshments in the lobby, and we will recess for lunch, and we will trail any remaining agenda items to the afternoon that will resume at 1:30. Last thing I want to ask, if we could take a photo with our CAO and our county assessor, and I think our sheriff left us. Thank you, though.
Well, she's in the front.
Oh, she's in the front. Okay. Got you. We can take a photo together.
Can we get all the elected officials, Supervisor Lopez too? Can we get all Alejo, everybody? Probably here, yeah.
All right, it is 1:30. We will reconvene the meeting of the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. If we could ask our Madam Clerk for a roll call, please.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
And if we could have our announcement by our interpreter, Diego Celis.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré el intérprete de español-inglés y es inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de interpretación, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. We're going to go back to our morning agenda. These were unfinished business that were tabled for this afternoon. Items 5 through 9. If we could have a motion to approve those appointments.
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Lopez,
I'll second Adams.
second by Supervisor Adams. Do we have any public comments on these appointments? Seeing none, if we could take a roll, Madam Clerk.
I think you can just call it. We're all here.
All those in favor? Forgot.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Thank you. Now we're gonna recess the Board of Supervisors meetings, and we're gonna call to order the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. This is our 10:30 agenda. Madam Clerk, we could have the roll call.
Yes, let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Okay, let's go to item number 1. This is to reappoint Mike Scatini to the Water Resources Agency Board of Directors with a term ending December 31st, 2025. Do we have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Supervisor Church, second by Supervisor Adams. Do we have any comments from the public on item number 1? See none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those against? Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Let's go to item number 2, scheduled matters. This is to appoint the Monterey County Farm Bureau representative to the Monterey County Water Resources Agency Board of Directors. There's 2 candidates, Jason Smith or Kevin Peary, term ending December 31st, 2026. Any comments or questions on this? Otherwise, we could entertain a motion.
I'll move to support Jason Smith.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved in second to appoint Jason Smith, who's currently serving in that position now. Any comments from the public on this appointment? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. We'll adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. We will now convene the East Garrison Community Services District.
Chair, there was one other item added via supplement
2.1.
2.1.
A.
Oh. Sorry, thank you for catching that on my agenda. It wasn't printed on there. I must have been an old one. Okay, let's go to item 2.1 to waive the 180-day waiting period for the PERS retiree to return to work for recently retired water and flood control engineering specialist Brent Buki, the former Monterey County Water Resources Agency General Manager. Any comments on this, County Council?
Mr. Buki has graciously agreed to come back in this emergency to assist the Water Resources Agency with his knowledge and skills.
Great. Any comments on this item?
I'll just go ahead and make the motion, and largely because even though I called him repeatedly during this crisis for some insight and historical knowledge, and he remains ready and extremely capable of helping us. So I'm happy to make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Great.
I'm happy to second it.
Second by Supervisor Adams. Any additional comments from the board? Seeing none. Any comments from the public on item 2.1? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries unanimously, 5-0. Now we could adjourn the Board of Supervisors of the Monterey County Water Resources Agency. Now we'll take up East Garrison Community Services District. We'll take up the 10:30 calendar. Madam Clerk, can we call the roll on that?
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all directors are present and in person.
Any additions or corrections?
There are none.
Okay, we only have the consent calendar. This is to receive a report on the meeting scheduled selection by the East Garrison Community Services District Advisory Committee for 2023. It's been moved by Supervisor Askew. Second. Is there a second? Second by Supervisor Lopez. Any comments for the public on this item? Item number 1. Seeing none, if we could, all those in favor, if you could please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries unanimously. We'll adjourn that meeting. We'll go and We'll take up the Board of Supervisors, now our 1:30 PM agenda. Madam Clerk, if you could just call the roll again.
Yes, good afternoon. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present and in person.
Okay, we are going to item number 10. This is to receive a report regarding AB 2449 and the future of teleconference and remote meetings here in Monterey County for our meetings. And we will have a presentation by Les Gerard, County Council.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Let me share my screen. So we're going to talk about the future of remote meetings if the governor's proclamation of emergency is terminated, as he's indicated his intent to do so at the end of February. So prior to Governor Newsom's proclamation of a state of emergency due to COVID-19 back in March of 2020, the Brown Act allowed legislative body members to teleconference. But there were strict requirements. All votes had to be taken by roll call. Each teleconference location must be listed on the notice and agenda, have an agenda posted, be accessible to the public, including those with disabilities, and offer an opportunity for public comment. A quorum of members must have participated from locations within the public entity's boundaries. So all of you couldn't have been out of state or out of Monterey County attending a conference or the like. In March of 2020, the governor proclaimed an emergency, and executive order waived the Brown Act requirements for meeting in person. The requirements were in the executive order that meetings must be publicly noticed. At least one location must have been publicly accessible and available for members of the public to attend and offer comment. And the public entity must be able to quickly resolve reasonable accommodation requests. And as you recall, the board chambers was open that whole time, even though the meetings were conducted remotely via Zoom. In September of 2021, AB 361 was adopted and became effective immediately. The statute superseded the governor's executive order, but is effective only during a declared emergency. Again, the requirements are that all votes must be taken by roll call. Every 30 days after the first meeting, a majority of the members must make the following findings, and you're all familiar with these: that there continues to exist an active state of emergency proclamation by the governor, state or local health officials recommend social distancing, and the body has reconsidered the circumstances of the emergency. The legislative body must provide a method by which the public may access the meeting and make public comment. No action can be taken if an internet disruption affects the public's ability to participate, and the statute is only effective through December 31st of 2023. Governor Newsom has indicated his intent to terminate the COVID-19 state of emergency at the end of February, making AB 361 inoperative, and it requires a governor's proclamation of emergency, not a local or even presidential proclamation of emergency. In September of 2022, the governor signed into law AB 2449, which became effective January 1st, 2023. The statute incorporates the traditional teleconferencing under the Brown Act and also the provisions of AB 361. But the statute provides other, more limited means for a legislative body to participate remotely. AB 2449, as I mentioned, includes the traditional teleconferencing and includes AB 361 conditions, but it adds a just cause and emergency circumstances exception. Both require a quorum of the members to be in a physical location within the jurisdiction that is accessible by the public. Votes must be by roll call, and the public must be provided the ability to participate remotely. The meeting must be broadcast with either two-way audio-visual platform like Zoom or a two-way telephonic service with live webcasting. Meeting activity must cease if internet or telephonic access is interrupted. Members must participate with both audio and visual technology, so you can't participate just by phone unless your phone has the Zoom app in it. You have to have both audio and visual technology to participate. The remote member must identify anyone 18 years of age or older in the room with the legislature and the relationship to that person. For example, a chief of staff or somebody else, maybe even a family member. And the remote member must announce when that person leaves or when another person comes in. The just cause exception is as follows. A member must notify the legislative body as soon as possible, which could include at the start of the regular meeting, and provide a general description of the following circumstances: care of a child, parent, grandparent, grandchild, sibling, spouse, or domestic partner, a contagious illness that prevents a member from attending in person, a physical or mental disability, or official business travel for the legislative body or another state or local agency. The just cause exception does not require a board vote to authorize utilizing the exception. The emergency circumstances exception is a little different. The member must notify the board as soon as possible and include a general description of the reason, not exceeding 20 words. And that reason is a physical or family medical emergency that prevents a member from attending in person. However, the particulars of the medical condition need not be disclosed. The board needs to vote on the emergency circumstances exception. If the board is notified after the agenda is published, that vote may be added to the agenda as an urgency item. There are some limitations to the use of these two exceptions. The just cause exception may only be used twice per calendar year by individual members. And any teleconference remote participation under these two exceptions by individual members is limited to not more than 3 consecutive months or 20% of all meetings in a calendar year. AB 2449 became effective January 1st, 2023. In AB 2449, effective January 1st, 2024, AB 361 procedures are no longer applicable. AB 2449 expires by its own terms on December 31st, 2026. And after that, the only means available for remote meetings are the traditional Brown Act teleconferencing rules. And going back briefly to the 3 consecutive months, you can, that crosses calendar years. So if you utilize that exception in November and December, you can utilize it again in January, but you can't utilize it in February. So it's irrespective of the calendar year. However, if you utilize it in September, but not in October, and then in November and December, you can utilize it again in January. So it's 3 consecutive months, irrespective of the calendar year. So there are a couple of policy decisions that the board needs to make. And that is, do we maintain continued remote participation by the public in all circumstances, whether you're all physically here or not, or whether when you're all physically here, and continued remote participation by staff? Do you want staff to be present when they're giving presentations or presenting on matters, or are you okay with them being remote? I mean, there are pros and cons to that. People over at Schilling wouldn't necessarily have to travel over here and spend the afternoon or the morning. People from Natividad or the health department wouldn't have to travel over here. They can stay in their office and get some additional work done. So those are 2 things the board needs to decide. I presume that if the governor is not going to lift his proclamation of emergency, he'll all give us sufficient notice so that we know we can continue on with the Zoom meetings as we have been. I don't know the current status of his thinking. I will note that the federal government has extended its emergency for COVID-19 for another 90 days. But again, that proclamation of emergency by the federal government does not affect the ability to have remote meetings. It's the governor's proclamation of emergency that does. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes. First question would be under the prior existing law before all these, before the pandemic, the Brown Act allowed for remote meetings as long as the address was posted and that location was made available to the public. If somebody wanted to join at that location, that would still continue. For example, in the case where a supervisor is not on official county business at some conference somewhere for other personal reasons, but they still want to join the meeting, they could still join by utilizing the Brown Act as it was previously written. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, good. And just for comments, I would just say that I think before the pandemic, most of us never utilized Zoom. I didn't even know existed. Now it's become the norm of how we do business, and it proved to the public that it's the technology has arrived. It's made I think accessing government much easier. Easier to participate, whether on their phone or on their computer, and provide input. And especially in a county like ours that's so geographically large, it allows them not to have to travel so much. And so on those two questions, I would say just to be able to utilize that new law that you just explained, AB 2449, we need to have the technology in place for all the right reasons, mostly to give better access to the public, but it allows us in those circumstances that you described to be able to utilize the new law. And for staff, I would just say that it makes sense that they could be able to participate remotely because they'd save time as well and get a lot more done in the day if they didn't have to spend so much time traveling just to get here and back. I'll open up for the comments from colleagues. Supervisor Church.
Yes, I guess I look at this in a way too of public participation. And, I'm sure there's no study onto it, but I wonder if anecdotally, by using Zoom and having people be able to comment publicly, have we had an increase? Have it been the same? Has it been a decrease? Is there, I can't answer that. I know it's going to be anecdotal. I mean, you folks are going to be the ones that be able to answer that part. And second of all, my understanding is that this room is going under some major reconstruction in the next few months. And I don't know all the details on this again either. So I understand that we might be going to a smaller room. And it seems to me that in that case, you would want to have the public have more of an opportunity to participate from outside the room. So those are, two. Well, the first one's a question. The second one's more of a comment.
So the, if I may, the Monterey room is going to be utilized while this chambers is closed. The Monterey room is Zoom capable, but it doesn't provide as much seating as the chambers does, obviously. But we will be able to have meetings with public participation by Zoom during that time. And I'll just observe for myself, and I sit with a number of legislative bodies, and I think there's been an increase in public participation because you don't have to drive, say, from King City to come to a Board of Supervisors meeting here, or from Pajaro, you can participate remotely. So that's just my personal observation. I'm sure maybe the supervisors have some of their own.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, I'll just share that I agree, Les. I think it's going to have a chilling effect on participation from some of our rural communities. I've already had a few commissioners reach out and let me know they're not going to continue to serve if they can't continue to participate via Zoom. So I think we're going to see that drawback after the last 3 years of increased activity from some of our rurals. My question would be, there was a line in there that stated that if we lost connectivity, then we would have to stop the meeting. Is that only if a member of this board is participating in that route, or is it overall if we continue to allow participation via Zoom?
So the statute speaks only to a situation when a member of the Board of Supervisors is participating remotely under one of the exceptions. So it would be up to the board if you're all here in person and the public is participating by Zoom, it would be a policy call for the board. As long as the chambers is open, I don't believe the law requires the board meeting to stop if a member of the public has lost connectivity, if you're all here in person. But that would be a policy call for the board. If you got information that there was a connectivity problem, the board could take a recess and see if it can be fixed.
Thank you. I think my concern was if Wi-Fi went down in this chambers and we could no longer project out to the wider public, then are we required to shut down, or can we continue our business?
You're all here in person and Wi-Fi went down in this room, you're not required to stop as long as the chambers is open.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Thank you.
policy call.
And we did advocate for the changes in the Brown Act to allow for commissioners to meet, but the legislature and the governor weren't willing to go there, but that was our position in advocacy. Go to Supervisor Askew, then Supervisor Adams.
Yeah, thank you for the update. And County Council, thank you for monitoring and helping everyone understand the changing rules and laws, and not just for this county, but all of our commissions and all of our subcommittees and all of the public agencies that we advise. I know it feels like it's been a moving target as to what to expect. I 100% hope that we can commit to retaining our Zoom access for the public. I think it's been absolutely important. It's opened up the ability for public to participate in a meaningful way and be aware of what their county government is doing. So I support that wholeheartedly. And then as well for our staff, before COVID, we would have all of our department heads here in this room all morning, every Tuesday. They were out of their offices. They were sitting waiting to see if an item got pulled or if there was a question. And I struggle to justify that that's the best and highest use of their time. I'm sure they had a lot of parking lot and hallway conversations that were productive, but I think we've been able to show that it is possible to maintain really positive working relationships with colleagues, even when we don't see them on a daily basis. So I fully support allowing us to continue welcoming staff remotely for presentations. So I'm very clear on that point. And then as a parent, I'm just going to say there were many times in the past 2 years that I've been able to tune into, whether it's a school board meeting, a city council meeting, a committee meeting, that I would not have otherwise been able to either watch or participate in because I wasn't going to prioritize not being at home with my son another evening in order to be at those meetings. So just as a parent with other responsibilities, which I know everyone has, I think that the public access has been greatly appreciated. And then my final sort of, I guess, comment is that in regards to this board meeting, I love having everyone here. This is great. But for many of our committee meetings where it's one or two board members, two board members who are on one of our board committees, for Chris and I to come from South County we're spending a significant amount of time in the car just for that 1 hour meeting that we may be having once a month. So I have inquired with County Council about the option of using the old Brown Act rules and getting into the habit of saying, we have a conference room in Marina, you've got a conference room in South County, we've got one in Salinas, you've got one at your office, that we we plan to utilize that posting of multiple locations so that we can both keep our meetings accessible by Zoom, as well as limit the amount of time that we're required to be en route for. Oftentimes you're traveling more than you're sitting in the meeting. So I would hope that we can be really thoughtful and kind of push the boundary on how we best utilize our time and resources. And continue to advocate at the state for some reform to the Brown Act and these public meetings that make more sense for all of us.
For sure. Thank you, Supervisor Askew. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I think most of the points have been covered. And just personally, I agree that I think we should allow staff to present remotely. I think that makes a lot of sense. And the same with the public. I feel like there is more participation by having the public involved. One thing I would request perhaps from the clerk of the board is if we could receive the copy of the slide deck that you prepared. I didn't see it in my board packet anyplace.
I'll provide it to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that would be really helpful both for us ourselves, but as well as being able to share with the other committees on which we serve. Thank you.
All right. Everyone has made comments. Let's go to the public. Any members of the public would like to comment on item number 10 regarding the future of teleconferencing and remote meetings? Anyone in the chamber? I don't see anyone but one online.
Yes, there are two.
Okay. We could start with the first, please.
Yes, a number ending in 902.
Number 902, we will unmute you and you could speak for 2 minutes, please, on this item.
Great. My name is Nina Beatty. These Zoom meetings are essential for me because the meeting room is right now inaccessible due to and violates the Brown Act, which requires that these chambers be accessible to disabled people. since I'm disabled by electromagnetic sensitivity, and I had told the board and told the county staff before they installed that this would be an access barrier for me. And it makes it I have to debate whether I'm going to jeopardize my health when I come to the board meetings. And so Zoom has been really the only way for me to be safely present and make comments for these meetings. I jumped into the meeting late, so I do not know why the chambers are going to be unavailable for a while, but I request that the chambers be converted to wired internet access so that people like me can attend meetings and comment on subjects as well as weigh in on when there's projects that affect me. And I do agree that it seems to be a cost-saving issue that would be beneficial to allow staff members not to have to sit in chambers with items that they have no relation to. It would be saving the county money. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next member of the public online.
Yes, Susan Shirabon.
Thank you, Susan Schiavone. I just want to say thank you. Yes, please do continue this because it's really given me an opportunity to attend meetings, both at the Board of Supervisors and at other venues as well. And I totally appreciate that and saves us from travel. And we really aren't totally out of the woods with COVID, even though we're dropping a lot of these precautions. And so there's still risks involved. And for those of us who are high risk, and it really is not a good thing to possibly be infected, it's really appreciated that we can attend meetings online. And I totally support this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comments on this item. I want to thank the members of the public for their opinions shared. I think we have direction clearly. County Council?
You don't need a vote on the matter. I think that you've made your desires known, and the CAO will get the message out to the staff about the ability to do presentations remotely.
Thank you. It was, I think, unanimous comments from both points from all five of us. Okay, we will move on to item number 11. This is consideration of the 2023-24 legislative program, to consider the legislative workshop agenda, consider the strategic grant services program. We're going to receive several reports, but we're going to have a presentation by Annette Diadamo, our management analyst 3, with Brent Heberly and Ashley Walker. But I know there was some time constraints, so I wanted to ask Annette if we need to just reorder here to let those with time constraints go first.
There's no time constraints
Okay,
for
great.
today's meeting. It's the time constraints were for members participating in the legislative workshop on Friday.
Got it. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so Annette, take it away. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. There we go. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and members of the board. Annette Diadamo with the County Administrative Office. And today's recommended actions are to adopt the 2023-24 legislative program, adopt the legislative workshop agenda, adopt the strategic grant services program, and receive reports from the county's federal lobbyist, Brent Heberly, and from the county's state lobbyist and funding advocate, Ashley Walker. And since we were unable to present these reports at last week's meeting due to the storm emergencies, with the approval of the chair, the clerk has published the agenda for this Friday's legislative workshop, but I believe we can amend that agenda if you direct us to do so today. There's a lot to cover, so I'll try to move through this item quickly, and Brent and Ashley will present their reports following mine, and we'll be happy to take your questions and directions at the end of the presentations. I apologize, I know some of you have heard this spiel quite a few times, but especially for Supervisor Church, I wanted to kind of really go over what the legislative program is. The county has a longstanding and successful legislative program to ensure that the county interests are well represented in both Sacramento and Washington, D.C. And our level of engagement with this program has steadily increased over the past few years, with a major expansion since the start of the COVID pandemic. The legislative program maintains a website where we post all of the county's legislative advocacy activities and correspondence. And that averages about 150 pieces of correspondence per year. But even that doesn't even begin to capture the many meetings and other interactions that your board, that county staff, and that our lobbyists engage in with our state and federal elected officials, their staffs, various committees and other governmental agencies on the county's behalf throughout the year. And we're very appreciative of the board's interest and level of engagement in this program. And with the priorities we're seeking approval for today, we expect 2023 to be another very busy year. The legislative program is developed under the direction of the legislative program. So thanks to Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Askew. And we get input from the board and county departments as we develop the program. Once the program is adopted, it provides us with the policy direction and the board's authority in order to advocate quickly in support or defense of county interests that are included in the program. And basically that means that if we receive a request from a board member or department head or from one of our legislators, or even a recommendation from our state or federal lobbyists to take a position on a bill, as long as it's included within the board's adopted and approved legislative program, we can act fairly quickly working through the legislative committee to gain the authority to take those actions. And if we don't have time to go to the legislative committee, we have policy direction that we can obtain those types of letters from the county administrator. And if we don't have authority, if for some reason we somehow missed an issue or something new came up, we bring those recommendations first to the legislative committee and then to the Board of Supervisors to adopt them, or directly to the board if we don't have time. And if it's an emergency situation, we go directly to the CAO. So I just wanted to kind of outline that we have a process that's well-defined within our policies. Those policies are included in the legislative program website, and they're also included, there's a link to them in the legislative program document. So the legislative program document outlines the county's priorities, which are broken out to align with the board's strategic initiatives for economic development, administration, health and human services, infrastructure, and public safety. And there are literally hundreds of issues that are referenced in this document. Most of the policy concerns are centered around resources to carry out state and local service responsibilities, the authority to carry out those responsibilities, and partnerships with the state and federal government to help us do our jobs. So the entire proposed legislative program is included in your packet as Exhibit A. And for those of you who really want to drill down on what has changed, we have Exhibit B, which is a red line version of the legislative program, along with a memo that summarizes the major substantive changes from the program last year. In recent years, the county has really strengthened its collaborative efforts working with CSAC, RCRC, and NACO. And so this year, for the first time, we've included those associations' policy priorities within our legislative program for this year. And these will provide you with a pretty good snapshot of likely issues that might arise this year. And I'm not going to really go over these because I'm sure Ashley and Brent will cover many of these issues in their presentations. So the next few slides are meant to provide you with just a really quick snapshot of some of the issues that are covered. And I'll try to hit just on some of the major changes and additions to the program. So under economic development, you'll see we have ongoing priorities related to broadband, housing, labor force, agriculture, and tourism. And we have a new priority addressing rising fuel costs. Under administration, we have the local government funding and authority, continuation of that priority, and new priorities on issues like the one we just discussed on the Brown Act, and continuing to advocate for more remote participation in meetings through changes to the Brown Act, and also changes to the Public Records Act and workers' compensation. Under Health and Human Services, ongoing priorities around public health, behavioral health, early childhood development, homelessness, and resources for seniors, the disabled, and our veterans. And a new priority on child support services. Under infrastructure, priorities continue related to resilient and sustainable communities, transportation, and various water and other county infrastructure. And embedded in these priorities is new language to support electric vehicle deployment and infrastructure. And under public safety, issues such as emergency preparedness, response and recovery, violence prevention and reduction, and new or reworded sections on emergency communications, FEMA disaster assistance funding, wildfires, and lithium-ion battery storage systems. It's recommended that your board adopt the following 2023 policy priorities, including sponsor legislation to establish a veterans home in Monterey County to serve the needs of our growing veterans population. A separate bill that might change how homeless funding formulas are calculated so that we can use data other than the point in time count, so that counties like ours that are making progress in reducing homelessness are not penalized by having their funding reduced because it's tied to that point in time count. A potential state budget request to fund the Nacimiento and San Antonio dam safety and reservoir projects to fulfill state and federal regulatory requirements and provide flood protection and a sustainable water supply. And I'd just like to note that this is in addition to our continued coalition efforts that the county has been engaged in to access dam safety and infrastructure funding through the state budget process or through any other possible means. Another request on the Interlake Tunnel and San Antonio Spillway Modification Project to increase water storage capacity and achieve environmental and water release efficiencies, including flood control. Again, this year we have the San Lucas Clean Drinking Water Project to fund a long-term reliable source of clean drinking water to this small disadvantaged community. A reuse project for the historic Old Monterey County Jail, and funding to construct the new Marina Health Clinic. Additionally, we have federal priorities that include supporting immigration reform and reauthorization of the Farm Bill, and to support efforts to improve the FEMA Public Assistance Program to expedite county disaster reimbursement payments, as well as to support streamlining disaster debris removal programs. And obviously, over the past few weeks, the storm emergency has made the water infrastructure and FEMA issues even higher priorities. As a reminder, your board will host its annual legislative workshop with the county's state and federal legislators this Friday, January 20th from 1 to 3 p.m. This will be a hybrid meeting with attendance both in person and on Zoom. And the purpose of this workshop is to introduce the county's priorities to our legislators, to hear about their priorities, and seek ways we can collaborate in 2023. The agenda includes presentations by our staff on each of the priorities that I just mentioned, and then receiving remarks from the county's state and federal delegation, as well as remarks from your board. And then hopefully we'll have some time to engage in some back and forth discussion with our legislators. The agenda and the background fact sheets on the priorities are included as Exhibit C in your report, but they also went out with the agenda, as well as the PowerPoint presentation that we'll be using at that meeting also was included within the agenda for Friday's meeting. I just wanted to let you know that we have confirmed from our elected officials their attendance. So from Senator Feinstein's office, there'll be staff participating via Zoom, and also from Senator Padilla's office via Zoom. Congressman Panetta has indicated that he'll be attending in person in the board chambers, but that he'll be joining the meeting a little bit late. Congresswoman Lofgren will be participating via Zoom, as will Senator Laird. And for Senator Caballero's office, we'll have a representative participating via Zoom. Assemblymember Rivas will attend from 1 to 3 p.m. via Zoom, and then his staff will be on for the entirety of the meeting. And we are waiting to hear from Assemblymember Addis. We've heard so far that she's not available, but we're trying to at least get a member of her staff to participate. Okay, so moving on to the Strategic Grants Services Program. This program works with county departments to identify grant opportunities and to provide strategic expertise to craft competitive grant applications. Following the board's approval, this program operates under the direction and guidance of the Legislative Committee and works closely with the legislative program so that we can work to develop future funding sources that are potential grant opportunities for the county. The program focuses on priority funding needs that align with the board's strategic initiatives and legislative priorities that have an available source of funding, which basically means that there's an opportunity and the timing of that opportunity and the timing of the county's project align, that we are able to meet the requirements of that grant and that we're able to put forth a competitive application. The program is resourced to work on a very limited number of grants each year. Generally, that's about 10 to 15, depending on how complex they are. And I really want to make an important note that this does not represent the county's overall grant funding efforts, priorities, or needs. There are several county departments that have staff that have extensive experience in grant funding and grant writing, and those departments do not generally come to us and ask for assistance from the program. So that being said, the program consists of 2 parts, an annual work plan and a grants needs inventory. The work plan was developed in consultation with county departments and identifies priority projects and potential grant programs the county expects to focus on this year. A lot of these are carryovers from the last year, so things like the Carmel Lagoon and CR Free projects, drought-related projects, road, bike, and pedestrian infrastructure improvements, projects for county parks. And if we received funding, it would include projects like San Lucas drinking water or the old jail rehab project. There's also several sustainability projects that we'll be working on, and we'll continue to seek funding for a number of Water Resource Agency priorities, such as the Interlake Tunnel, the San Antonio and Nacimiento Dam and Reservoir infrastructure projects, and the Salinas River Management Program and HCP. So later in the grants program annual report, Ashley will be providing information on some of these projects and potential grant opportunities the county may be able to apply for this year. The grant needs inventory is a list of county projects which require a source of grant funds, and it's updated each year in consultation with the board and county departments. We use this list in addition to the county's 5-year CIP to help guide our research efforts so we can inform county departments of upcoming funding opportunities. And just as a final note on the program's work plan, we try to be as flexible as possible to provide support for any department requests for assistance, whether it's listed in the program or not. And we run any of those changes through the legislative committee. And on the grants needs inventory, we can add projects to this list at any time. So whether it's a board member, a county department, a staff member, all they have to do is contact us and tell us what their needs are. And we are happy to do a research request to see if we can find a funding opportunity for them. Next up are the annual reports provided by the county, state, and federal lobbyists and funding advocate, which highlight the county's activities undertaken in 2022, and their presentations will focus on anticipated major issues or projects for 2023. Those reports will be provided by Brent Heberly with Ballard Spahr. He's our federal lobbyist, and by Ashley Walker. She's our state lobbyist and also our grant consultant. They also have included their annual reports, which are a part of your agenda packet. And in closing, I'd like to note that the success of these programs relies upon extensive collaboration, starting with the direction and support of your board, ongoing guidance from the legislative committee, and work with county departments. So many, many thanks to everyone. And also special thanks to the team that supports the legislative committee, Nick and Megan from our office, Leswick County Council, and of course, Ashley and Brent. And now I'd like to hand it over to Brent Heberly and then to Ashley. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annette. We'll go to our lobbyist.
Great, thanks, Chair Alejo, members of the board. I'm Brent Heberly with Ballard Spahr and coming to you from Washington, D.C. It's a pleasure to be here again. So I'm going to begin my remarks by kind of tracking with the written report that I submitted over a month ago now. So there's a lot that's happened, as I'll allude to shortly over that last month. But I'll start with a look back to 2022 and then try to gaze into the crystal ball a little bit about what is coming this year at the federal level. 2022, the second year of the Biden administration, really was an unprecedented year for state and local governments in terms of the policy priorities that Congress was able to enact, and actually really began in 2021. What we saw last year was the continued implementation of the American Rescue Plan Act, the very beginning of the implementation of the bipartisan infrastructure law, and the enactment of the Inflation Reduction Act. And those three laws combined to push out about $3.5 trillion, most of which is going to state and local governments across the country. So as I said, it really is an unprecedented amount of money that Congress has decided to push out to local governments in particular. Again, beginning with the response to COVID and the pandemic, but now addressing broader economic concerns in the country. So I wanted to start with the American Rescue Plan Act. Again, that was enacted in 2021, but we're seeing the money is still flowing, obviously, from that law. The county was allocated roughly $86 million from ARPA, as we call it, in two tranches. That second tranche of funding, representing about half of the amount, came out in the spring of last year. And the county has been busy allocating that funding for a variety of authorized uses under the act, mainly to address COVID-related issues within the county. The bipartisan infrastructure law, which was enacted at the end of 2021, began to be implemented early last year. And this is really the law that the county has focused most on over the past year, the federal law, and where I have spent most of my time, because it's about a $900 million infrastructure law. Again, most of that funding going to state and local governments, some of it in the form of direct formula funding, but most of that money, particularly going to local governments, is in the form of competitive funding. So we spent a good part of last year trying to educate county staff about where this funding is, what it can be used for, and what resources they need to go compete for this funding. There are literally dozens and dozens of new grant programs, not only in transportation, but as it relates to broadband, energy, environmental remediation, resiliency, climate resiliency. So there's lots of opportunities, and this was a 5-year bill. So we're just in the first year in the beginning stages of the infrastructure law getting implemented, and that will continue to roll out over the next few years. The Inflation Reduction Act, as I mentioned, that was actually enacted last year. The primary focus of that law was climate and clean energy programs. It's the largest climate clean energy bill that Congress has ever enacted, to the tune of about $370 million. Again, a lot of these are existing programs that the county will be eligible to apply for funding for. Most of it is competitive funding, so you're competing against other, local governments from around the country. But some of it is formula funding. You're going to get the money without having to compete for it. So there's a lot of opportunities in the area of energy efficiency. Should the county decide to look into solar energy opportunities for municipal facilities, there's certainly a lot of funding available for that. We've been keeping the sustainability office up to date on these funding opportunities and trying to keep them educated on what those opportunities are and when those opportunities come about. So those were really the three big funding items that we focused on over the last year. The other item that we spent a fair amount of time on, it was just the annual appropriations process. So this was the fiscal year 2023 appropriations process that Congress began last year and fortunately completed at the end of last year. For the second year in a row, we were able to submit funding requests. They're called community project funding requests. Most people know them as earmarks. We were able to submit our requests to Congressman Panetta. We found out at the end of last year when the omnibus funding bill was signed into law by President Biden that several of our projects were they made it into the final bill. The funding for the Family Justice Center, which I believe is going to be located in King City, there's $275,000 to help that project get off the ground. We had $900,000 for the Castroville Seawater Intrusion Project, which I believe will be targeted for a new well construction. And then we were also able to support TAMC's request for $1 million for the US 101 lane widening, which is called the South of Salinas project. So those three projects were funded, and that money should be flowing shortly, coming out of the agencies for each of those projects. Beyond the funding, we did engage with our delegation on a number of policy matters. Voting rights was something we focused on. We supported the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Unfortunately, that was not enacted. Congress was able to get kind of a scaled down voting rights bill passed that dealt really more with kind of the issues that arose from the January 6th insurrection and the role of the vice president in terms of counting the electoral votes. But it was an important piece of legislation nonetheless to get enacted. Cannabis was another area that we spent a lot of time focusing on for a number of years now. You may have heard of the Safe Banking Act. This has been around for a while. It's actually passed the House of Representatives, I believe, 5 or 6 times now, but unfortunately has not been able to get through the Senate. This is the bill that would, in essence, provide a safe harbor to financial institutions to provide banking services for cannabis-related businesses. And there was a strong push at the end of last year to get this through the Senate. Unfortunately, it failed. So we'll be back at it again this year, along with other, a broader effort, I think, to decriminalize cannabis at the federal level. And then also veterans. We spent a good bit of time, and Ashley will touch on this probably in more detail, but the effort to establish a state veterans home in Monterey County, the role of the federal government in that effort is more limited than the role of the state. Essentially, the federal government provides the bulk of the funding for that once the state authorizes it and the state comes up with their portion of the funding. So we've, going back to early last year when Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez came back to DC for the NACO conference, we had a meeting with some folks at the VA in Washington, DC to make them aware of our efforts. And we are, continuing to build support within the federal delegation. We have the support of Congressman Panetta, of Congresswoman Loughran, and a number of other federal legislators for the project. And we'll continue to push that forward. at the federal level in conjunction with our efforts at the state level as well. So that's a bit of an overview of last year. This year, 2023, is going to be a bit different in terms of how Congress operates. As I think everyone knows, the House is now being controlled by the Republicans. In my written report, which was done over a month ago, I was having to glean what might happen, and not to pat myself on the back, but I think I did a pretty good job of anticipating the mess that was going to occur at the beginning of the 118th Congress, which involved a 4-day effort to elect a new speaker, and in essence, the House was paralyzed until Kevin McCarthy eventually was able to get the votes he needed to become the new Speaker of the House. So once that happened, we've now seen the effort to populate a lot of the committees in the House, primarily on the Republican side at this point. I think the Democrats next week will make their committee assignments. Our expectation is that Congressman Panetta will retain the same committee assignments that he had last year, as will Congresswoman Lofgren. I think the big news for Congresswoman Lofgren is that she'll become, or is expected to become, the ranking member of the House Science Committee. So, she'll be the top Democrat on that committee, which is an important committee that oversees a lot of research funding throughout the federal government. But in terms of the broader agenda, unfortunately, I think what most people are expecting and what we've, heard so far from the leadership in the House is that the focus really is going to be on oversight activities of the Biden administration, a whole range of things. We're been hearing a lot recently about an effort by some members of the House to impeach the Secretary of Homeland Security over displeasure with how he is handling issues on the southern border. We're expecting oversight of the FBI. We're expecting investigations of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. We're expecting a whole range of those types of inquiries, which are not legislative inquiries, but are really more political efforts to go after the Biden administration on a whole range of things. So I would say the big legislative issue that we will be focused on very closely will be the effort, certainly the appropriations process, which will be getting underway again very shortly. I would say the good news there is that it does appear that the House Republicans are going to continue to allow earmarks to remain in the House appropriations bill. So we will, again, be readying our requests, our project requests to submit to Congressman Panetta and to Congresswoman Lofgren this year. So I think the good news for the county with having 2 representatives now is that we kind of can spread the wealth a little bit in terms of our projects that we have an interest in, given the boundaries of those new districts. It should give us an opportunity, hopefully, to get more projects funded. So we'll be paying a lot of attention to the FY23 appropriations process, and then also the effort to, or the need to, increase the debt limit, which you may have heard about or been reading about lately. This is a very, very important. While it doesn't, it's not a county priority per se, it is something that affects the entire economy in a big way. And there's appears to be kind of a game of chicken that's beginning between the House Republicans and the Biden administration over whether to increase the debt limit. And as we get closer to that date, which is likely to be sometime this summer, I think things will start to become a little more focused about budgets, about efforts to cut federal spending, and it's anyone's guess at this point how all this is going to play out. Beyond that, the other big item that I'll mention, and then I'll turn it over to Ashley, is the need to reauthorize the Farm Bill. So Congress has already begun the process of that, reauthorizing the Farm Bill, which is a massive effort I think the floods certainly in Monterey County this year will add a new dimension to that, and I would suspect there'll be attention given to whatever the needs might be for the local ag community as it relates to the floods, see how those could be addressed within the context of the Farm Bill, if not outside of the Farm Bill. But this is a bill that deals with commodity funding, food nutrition, conservation programs. So, and certainly Congressman Panetta, who serves on the Ag Committee, will be a leading voice in that effort. So we'll want to work closely with him on a range of issues that are important to the ag industry in the county. So with that, I will stop and turn it back to you, Chair Alejo, and I'm happy to answer questions at the end of the presentation.
Yes, we'll do that. At that time, we'll go to Ashley Walker.
Thank you, Chair Alejo. Hi, members. I'm happy to be here today to talk with you all about our legislative efforts over the last year and our grant efforts. I will try to keep them brief and talk about what we anticipate in 2023. You have your reports. I'm going to follow that a little bit to highlight some of the wonderful things that we were able to do. But first, I do want to thank Annette. I want to thank Nick for all of your hard work. We could not do this work without you, of course, and our legislative committee that we worked very close with over the past year to accomplish a lot of wonderful things for the county and the constituents there. We have been working with the county for several years, since actually 2014, on many different items. We started working on just focused on funding opportunities for the county, but we were able to move into representing the county at the state level. This past year, just some interesting facts. We did review over 2,000 bills were introduced at the state level. We review every bill for impacts to the county. We work with the county departments to figure out what those implications are. We drafted 88 position letters or memos on different proposed legislation. We sponsored a bill, which I'll talk about. We advocated for countless different state budget proposals that were included in the January budget or the legislature's budget. And we requested funding for our own local projects totaling $377 million in requests. On the state budget front, we were able to successfully secure just over $6.1 million for the Nacimiento Dam Safety Project. As I mentioned, we put in a member request where we asked our legislative delegation to put forth our local community projects in the state budget for consideration of funding. We made several of those requests, including both of the spillway modification and dam projects, the San Lucas Clean Drinking Water Project, the Monterey County Old Jail Project, a mental health rehabilitation center, and the Marina Health Clinic. All of those requests, as I mentioned, totaled the $377 million, and we were able to secure just over $6 million for the county. We anticipate that we will be moving forward with several of these requests, as Annette mentioned, in the upcoming year through the same process, member requests, even though we are anticipating a significant state budget deficit. We do see opportunities to request funding, especially for water-related projects, not only given the recent storm activity locally, but also the drought that we have seen across the state as well. We were able to advocate on several other state budget and policy issues that were of high priority to the county, including, as Annette mentioned, dam and safety and climate resiliency. We are working still in a coalition of folks across the state, different organizations, water agencies, but including now Aqua and CMUA, to advocate for dam safety funding within the state budget. We did this last year, and we actually were successful in establishing the first ever state level grant program within the budget for dam safety. Prior to that, there was no funding from the state budget that was allocated directly to a grant program for dam safety and infrastructure projects. While it was only $100 million included in that first wave of funding. We did see it as an opportunity moving forward to continue to request funds be put into this program. We have definitely established the needs across the state with the governor's office and with leadership and key legislative members who will be deciding whether or not to continue to fund these programs. We'll continue to keep the county informed of our participation in this coalition and hope to actually secure some of these funds once they are allocated within a grant program at DWR. We worked on COVID-19 testing funding very early on and testing issues very early on in the last year. We worked on the veterans home issue, and I'll talk more about that as we forecast what's going to happen in 2023. We worked on countless budget items. Some I would highlight would include human services, healthcare plan proposal, of course, with the Kaiser contract. That was a huge item we were opposed to. The inclusion of IRWM funding and active transportation funding and advocating for that. The last minute opposition to AB 205, which was an energy bill that had definite impacts locally for us. Gun safety legislation we were able to work on. The list goes on and on. If you have any questions about specific items, I'm happy to go into more detail about all of these. And again, all of our position letters are online, which makes it very helpful to go learn more about that issue if anyone is interested. In terms of sponsored legislation, we were successful in sponsoring one piece of legislation, AB 2256 by Assemblywoman Sharon Quirk Silva. This bill is related to the Middle Mile Advisory Committee. The Middle Mile Advisory Committee oversees the establishment of the Middle Mile broadband network and all of the infrastructure funding that is going out to different local governments across the state to implement those projects. Prior to this legislation, though, there were no local government seats on the Middle Mile Advisory Committee. And Supervisor Alejo really took the lead on initiating this legislation, working closely with Assemblymember Sharon Quirk Silva, as well as CSAC, to add 2 local government seats to the Middle Mile Advisory Committee. One of those being Supervisor himself, who was just nominated to be on the Middle Mile Advisory Committee as one of these local government seats. We are very excited to have this opportunity, of course, as the county. We co-sponsored this bill with CSAC, so really appreciated CSAC's help and support on this bill. The bill was signed. It went into effect on January 1st, as did all other legislation passed last year. And we will continue to monitor the implementation of these critical broadband projects. Monterey County served as an example for the broadband package that was passed a couple of years ago. So it really did make sense to have local governments have a seat on this committee moving forward. And then, although we did not sponsor legislation related to the veterans home that we would like to see constructed in Monterey County, as Brent and Annette have both mentioned, we did tirelessly pursue a request that legislation be introduced with our legislative delegation here at the state that would have allowed for construction of the veterans home. We worked with all of our members. We worked with key policy committee members that oversee veterans issues. We worked with CalVet. We worked with the governor's office on really gathering attention to the need that we have locally, but also across the state. We are, of course, hopeful that we could potentially sponsor legislation this year and continue to move this project forward. We are working continuously with our local legislative delegation on this issue and plan to discuss it next week at our legislative workshop as well. On positions, we took over 30 positions on different bills. I've outlined all of those within your report. I'm happy to answer questions on that. Annette did mention this, but we did really enhance our working relationship with CSAC and RCRC over the past year. And that was really exciting. It allowed us to, I think, elevate our presence in legislation in Sacramento and have a seat at the table with really critical issues that are facing California counties. Looking ahead to 2023, though, I think is most important. Obviously, there are a few things that will impact the upcoming session. One being that Assemblymember Robert Rivas has been elected to be the Speaker of the Assembly beginning June 30th of this year, shortly after a budget agreement is decided upon. In addition, we have a special session taking place related to, of course, the gas prices in California, with legislation being introduced and the county taking a support position on that legislation. Working on, of course, as I just mentioned, sponsoring legislation on the Veterans Home Bill, but also pursuing some state budget requests. There are going to be, I think, countless issues that are going to be debated this year related to counties. Some of the highlights for us would be homelessness, cannabis, as Brent mentioned, is going to be another big issue, care court implementation, the drought and other water issues, especially given the implementation of the new California water strategy that was put out by the administration and the governor's office, broadband, right prior to our presentations, the Brown Act in public meetings, as you discussed. So I anticipate it's going to be a very busy year. Oh, I should mention wildfires as well, because I think that will obviously be a focus as we go into the hotter season in California. With that, I will conclude my state report and move on to my grant report. And then again, I'll be happy to answer questions. Of course, if there's anything within the report you need additional information about. On the Strategic Grant Services Program, as Annette mentioned, we really try to align our priority projects with the board's legislative priorities, but also your strategic initiatives and milestones. But then we must consider the availability of grant funds themselves, of course, and we try to analyze in depth how competitive your grant applications will be so that we don't waste precious county staff time trying to pursue things that really don't make sense and are not a good fit. To date, since working with the county, we have secured a total of $69 million. Just this past year, we worked with counties to secure over $21 million for various projects across the county. Very exciting. We submitted, well, when I say we, I will clarify, Nossaman works with counties when they need, or with the county departments when they need help. As Annette mentioned, many county departments are very well versed in grant applications and pursue grant programs without any assistance of our program. So various county departments had asked us for assistance with 10 of the grant applications that they submitted in this past year. There are currently 2 pending grant applications that are still awaiting award, or, we'll see how that moves forward. But those 2 applications are totaling over $24 million just themselves. So there is a good chunk of funding potentially that could still be awarded to the county from last year. We oftentimes alert the county departments of various funding opportunities. This past year, we alerted county departments of 28 different funding opportunities with various different focuses: public health, affordable housing, parks, public safety. We also help secure support letters for those applications. We did work on supporting or gathering 21 different letters of support for various projects. Of course, we help work on figuring out what funding needs are out there. We consult with all of the department heads, but we also meet with each of you supervisors to collect information about what projects are important to you within your area. Over the last year, we consulted on several different projects. I'll try to highlight just some of them. Obviously, any of the budget funding opportunities, there was a large surplus in the budget last year that went to several different grant programs that will be administered in the coming years, such as sustainable agriculture, wildfire resilience, water projects. We help analyze how those funds are going to be going out through grant programs and send that information to departments, and then hopefully help them to apply. One of those examples, just currently to give you a real life example, is the drought funding, the urban drought funding. That funding was allocated in a previous budget. We alerted the county at that point. Now we're currently working on 2 drought applications as that funding has been dispersed and implemented through the Department of Water Resources. We worked on the Interlake Tunnel project. We worked on both the dam and spillway projects. We worked on countless different park projects or recreation projects under the Proposition 68 programs. We worked on various active transportation projects, including complete street projects that were successfully funded in various communities in the county where it is much needed. We worked on the San Lucas drinking water project, which was another really large project for us within our scope of work, having countless meetings with the county and the department on trying to find funding to provide a solution to the drinking water issues in the community of San Lucas, holding several different meetings with the State Water Resources Control Board, talking about a need for the project, meeting with the governor's office, alerting all of our legislative delegation and keeping them informed about that water crisis for that community as well. So as we're looking into 2023, I outlined several different upcoming grant opportunities, but I do want to note a couple of things. When we're evaluating upcoming grant opportunities, departments do have to consider their staffing abilities with the ability to actually administer the grant. In addition to that, they need to consider if they have the matching fund requirements. Oftentimes, those two issues could be the reason why a department decides not to perhaps apply for a grant. Otherwise, in other cases, we have many funding opportunities coming up this year. Some of them that we're currently working on, I mentioned San Lucas, and I wanted to just note that the California Drinking Water State Revolving Fund was the initial application that we were going through applying for funding for this community when we were halted and had to shift gears and figure out the another path forward. The Dam Safety Grant Program that I mentioned that we successfully secured in the previous state budget, we are currently working on the details of that now and how that will be administered and implemented, and we will be reviewing those grant guidelines and definitely applying for those funds moving forward. And then finally, I'll just note the Urban and Multi-Benefit Drought Relief Grant Program. That is what I mentioned we are currently working on. We have two applications, one for the CSIP wells, there's 2 wells, and another for cloud seeding at both reservoirs. With that, I will conclude my comments of both annual state legislative report and the strategic grants report. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm honored to represent the county at the state level and working on your grant consulting. It's really been a pleasure for me, and I look forward to continuing to work with the county and appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go to questions and comments from our colleagues. But first of all, I want to take the opportunity to thank Ashley and Brent. They've been very professional and very good advocates for Monterey County and all our residents. But in particular, I wanted to thank Nick Chulos and especially Annette Diadamo for all the hard work they do on the legislative side for the many issues that we take positions on. This program that was just explained is important because the people of Monterey County do not have lobbyists in Sacramento or Washington, but through their county government, they do. And they have a very effective team. There are thousands of bills that move through Sacramento and through Washington. And we need to have somebody who has their eyes and ears to the ground, looking at those bills, looking how they might impact our communities or how they may benefit our communities. And it's important that we weigh in and have a solid program. This Friday's meeting is important because it helps us get on the same page as the new legislative session begins in Sacramento and Washington. We'd like to get on the same page with our state and federal legislators to let them know what our goals are, and also so we could continue to have a working relationship with them to support them in the efforts that they're doing on behalf of Monterey County. But I also want to point out that it's not just the legislators. More importantly, it's also establishing working relationships with all their staff, because those employees in those legislative offices do a lot of the hard work and a lot of the follow-up. So it's important for each of us as supervisors to recognize and appreciate the work that they do. And so the fact that we have a lot of them joining our meeting on Friday is a good thing. The only one I asked Annette to add was Abigail Solis. She's our Central Valley Central Coast representative for Governor Gavin Newsom, and she's been very accessible to many of us. I hope all our colleagues will get to know her. We'll make sure that her cell number is given to each person so that when you do have an issue, you have somebody to talk to in the governor's office. The only other thing I wanted to mention for my colleagues is for Annette, the only thing I saw missing from the potential budget request list was just a potential member request for the Salinas Skate Park and bicycle track. That was a grant we pursued for under the last funding round under Prop 68, the state parks bond funding. We didn't get that funding, and so we have already a visit with Assemblymember Rivas on the 27th, so he could visit the actual site. So hopefully he can make that request for the county. And for my colleagues, I just want to point out just our own ideas that have come out of Monterey County by having an effective legislative program. Our county alone has represented who has raised and has sponsored legislative ideas. One of the first ones when cannabis was just getting started was the cannabis provisional license legislation. Then it was the cannabis crop report bill that allows that to be added to our crop reports each year, and it's state law. All over. We had some legislation on veterans highway signs. We also had the idea for N95 masks for farm workers during the wildfires, which are becoming more regular. And then also certainly last year having the local government representation on the broadband middle mile advisory committee. And we hope that now, hopefully we could sponsor not the veterans home and also the idea that continuum of care should not be penalized with getting less funding when they're actually making progress and reducing homelessness in their communities. And we hope that we can make a change in state law so that counties like Monterey, who are making progress, do not get less money for doing the right thing. So with that, I think I'll pass it to my colleagues. Any questions and comments? I'll go with Supervisor Askew first, who sits with me on the legislative committee first.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. Let's see here. I do want to echo, we have a phenomenal legislative advocacy program here in Monterey County. Our staff is Parna and Annette Diadamo. I really, really appreciate working with you. I can call you for anything. You can help me figure out how to navigate the process and understand exactly where we can fit and where we can leverage changes. Ashley and Brent, we value and appreciate you. Again, same thing. I feel like I can reach out to either one of you and you figure out how to get us what we need. In terms of the actual legislative priority document that we have, I appreciate, I think, most of the changes that have been made, the edits. I do just want to recognize, and I think it's great that we're going to coordinate more with CSAC, RCRC, and NACO. However, I also want to recognize that those are fairly conservative organizations. And I think that we as a county are definitely willing to take positions on things that they've been unwilling to take positions on. So I wouldn't want partnership with those organizations to limit what we're able to do as a county. But I think that's a great step in the right direction. And then I did have one question on page 63 of the red line. It mentions the Rossi Street extension and it being included as a priority. I know we had a board referral on this. I know we had a couple presentations and got a lot of information. I'm not recollecting or being able to access the meeting where we gave direction to push this forward as a priority project. And I was just wondering if there was anyone who has a better recollection of our conversations and direction than I do on that point. The last I saw, according to my notes, was that staff was going to bring back some options for us to consider.
And I think that's a question. If Annette has any recollection on why that was added, maybe she could speak to that point.
I'm sorry, I'm not tracking with what you're referencing, but Randy Ishii has his hand up, so maybe he can help us.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and Supervisor Root, ask you for asking the question. If I may address the question for the full board. Supervisor Root Askew's recollection is correct in that this is a board referral. It's still in the preliminary stages. We were bringing this forward because it is such a large magnitude project that it would require outside funding sources besides the partnerships that have been mentioned that are available and out there, such as with the local business owners or with the city of Salinas on a very much a multi-jurisdictional project. So it is something we're carrying forward. To say that it was one of the Ledge Committee's priorities may be a bit of an overstatement. It is something that as we bring this referral back to the full board, it's something for consideration. And this is a very complicated project whose complexity is such that it would take the course of years in order to accomplish it. So I hope that those data points and additional information are helpful and addresses the supervisor's question.
Okay, no, thank you very much. I was worried that maybe I'd missed something, and I do look forward to finishing the conversation and getting more information from staff, so that we can figure out the best path forward on that. And then the only other comment that I had was just in terms of projects that we've prioritized in District 4. We've got the Marina Health Clinic listed here, and thank you, Elsa, and your team for continuing to push forward on that. We also have not listed specifically, but the Seaside Social Services property that the county owns. We expect to be able to bring back some plans after the site assessment work is completed for our budget CIP in 23-24 planning. And at that point, I think we would be looking to add that project with some specific options to our legislative asks as well. We've had a couple of our Senator Laird out and others out for visits to see that site and that property, and the need, as this is the only spot that serves all of the social service public benefit assistance needs for the entire Monterey Peninsula. It is an important property the county has that we have a duty to maintain. So that would be the only other one that I would ask that we just find the right place to reference or include reference to that, so that when we have the details, we can get to work on it. Thank you.
Great. So we have 2 items. Hopefully we could add later today. Let's go to Supervisor Glenn Church.
Well, I want to thank both Supervisors Alejo and Askew for their work on this, and the staff. It's a nice report, very good report, detailed report. I do have several questions and just to get a better understanding on this. One, what were the two areas basically? So I'll go with the first one first, which is the dams. And I know last year we tried to seek about $340 million. And that includes the tunnel and the maintenance of the dams. And I think, both of these are important. But I'm just wondering, are we going for too big of a bite here? Because I think we only got $6 million back. And it's striking me that as the dams are, maintenance on the dams is really important. The tunnel is really, important into there. But the tunnel doesn't mean anything without good dams. And so I look at the state, it's only allocated out $100 million for dam maintenance for the whole state. And we need, I think, 160 million. So I'm not seeing the end game here where we're getting all the money for this. And I don't know what if we have a real plan here from multiple sources, or seeking legislation, we're seeking grants, we're seeking maybe a 218, we're seeking other steps to do things. I'm just kind of trying to get a grasp of what's the big picture here and how we get into this 160 million, because I don't think it's something we can sit around and spend a lot of time waiting on. And then I have another matter after that, if anybody can answer some of this for me.
I don't know if Annette wants, but I'll just add first though that it started originally 300 million, 150 for the Interlake Tunnel, 150 for the maintenance, and then the 12 million we added for San Lucas. The reason we push for that is because we knew you always have to ask for more in Sacramento, because they will always give you less, first of all. And so we asked for everything that we could, knowing that if we got half of it or even a quarter of it, that would be a great thing. And last year, as you remember, there was a $97 billion state budget surplus. So we thought, compared to other large water storage projects like Temperance Flats and Fresno, Sites Dam Project in Colusa County, those were multi-billion-dollar projects. So to ask for 300 million compared to these other projects, it was very minuscule in comparison. So I think that's what happened. I think several things happened. It's a long story, but some of the efforts, there was the direct ask for Monterey County. Separately, we had Assemblymember Rivas make an ask. It was a coalition with Aqua, which represents all the water districts, to ask for a separate pot of funding that would be competitive in the amount of almost $1 billion, 900 million. But I think that caught up in the leadership fight that was happening. And so that became a casualty, unfortunately, along with some of our other requests that we made here. So it's a positive thing that Assemblymember Rivas prevailed, and he did get the support to be the next speaker. I think once he takes position, it will be a great thing for our region. But unfortunately, it's going to happen after the next budget, after this budget cycle. So I don't know if Annette has anything else to add.
Yeah, I'll just add, thank you, Supervisor Alejo, and thank you, Supervisor Church, for the question. So when we make these asks, we put together the entire needs of the county's project. So on the water projects, these are very large numbers, but when we work with our legislators, we work really hard to kind of break those projects out into different segments so that if the legislator is interested in supporting a certain aspect of the project, which is what Senator Laird did last year, he wanted to support a certain part of the project for Nacimiento, then he was able to support that one segment. And I think the way Supervisor Alejo described it, in that we're going after every possible source of funding in every direction that we can. That's kind of how we're approaching this. So I hope that adds some clarity. And I think Ashley might want to make some additional comments.
Thanks, Annette. I think between you and Supervisor Alejo, you covered it. But the only other thing I would just say is that there are no current grant programs for the needs at the dams. So the only avenue really at this point was to pursue state budget funding in one way or another, which would have been either to have a competitive request through that large grant funding program we wanted to create, which again, yes, the original ask was for that program to be $900 million, not 100, or to get some sort of direct allocation of funding. And as Annette said, that $6 million we got was actually a little piece that we had broken down for the members to understand where we came up with the $160 million request, so that they were able to piece out a smaller project if they wanted to pursue that as a state budget request.
County Council, you got some comments?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. Just a reminder that the Interlake Tunnel and the dam maintenance projects could be funded by a Prop 218 vote, and staff is working those up. Those take engineer reports. They can't be done overnight. There's a lot of outreach to stakeholders about what it means, how much it may cost. But the idea is to cobble together as much outside funding to reduce the ask on the property owners through a 218.
That's exactly right. The only other last thing I would add is that in last year's budget with the record surplus, there was 31 pages of what they call member requests. These are requests that each assembly member or each senator makes to the budget committee. And because there was so much money, they allocated, and those ranged from a few $100,000 up to $35 million. So I wish we would have got a lot more, because museums and police stations got a lot of funding, but when it came to water, it just seemed, for me, it was frustrating that during a drought, there wasn't more emphasis on water storage infrastructure. Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. Had you completed your questions?
I had a little bit more to follow up on there.
Okay.
But, thank you for the, Supervisor Alejo and everyone else for their input on that. It's helps clarify that a little bit better. So the other thing in here that I don't think we're emphasizing enough, and that is the wildfires issue here. I see that there's legislatively we're looking at power resilient community power resiliency, some vegetative removal and insurance, and those are all important. But I don't know if we're really what's the scope of what we're doing for the vegetation. I'm familiar with the CAL FIRE grants that come down on various things. I mean, I was president of the Fire Safe Council for Monterey County. We dealt with working with CAL FIRE a lot. I kind of know their process, but I don't know if there is more of an existential threat in terms of a natural disaster than wildfire to this county. Yes, we can look at earthquakes. Earthquakes come along, God knows when we're going to expect the next one. But, it's been, quite a few years since Loma Prieta. There's always, threat of a tsunami, but We have never had a really big one here on whatever else might come down, but fires we have every few years. Fortunately, a lot of these happen in fairly remote areas. So the property, the life damage is more limited than it might be on an earthquake or something like that. A lot of these areas are down in, in Big Sur. But as we experienced a couple of years ago with the river fire, it gave us a touch of what could be really, really disastrous for some really heavily populated areas. North County is one of them. The Pebble Beach, Carmel Valley area, Carmel Highlands is another one. South County is another one. The impact isn't going to be just on the vegetation, on the property and the lives of rural landowners, but it's going to be a detriment to entire economy. And no one's going to come down here to spend dollars on the Monterey Peninsula for tourism if everything's charred. No one, and the crops that we grow are going to be damaged from smoke. So that happened to a great degree with many of the vineyards from the river fire. So this is an issue that is really, I think, is really a threat. I can't say when last time there was a big fire in Carmel Valley, for example, or a real huge one down in South County that really hit a populated area. But I know up in North County, the last time we had a major fire was 1905 in the Elkhorn area, 1950, which is off of the Pasanti Road area. Those were ones that burned for a week. We haven't had that. So anything that burns now, and the reason that these become so intensive is because they're not natural fires. These are not low intensity fires. There's so much vegetation built up that it destroys the forest. It just burns with such heat. So there's a lot of money right now. This, and I don't, pun unintended, but we should, we can really strike when the iron's hot on this and get money. There's $2.7 billion the state's setting aside for wildfire prevention right now, if I read correctly from the governor's report on the budget just last week. So there's money out there. I think we need to be really creative. You look at the Sierra counties, what they have done in the past. They've put together countywide plans. Lake Tahoe had a huge fire around in 2007. They put together the Tahoe Basin Forest Management Plan, coordinated different resources and emergency services. They went through and streamlined a lot of permit processes so that you could have fire-resistant roofing and other building permits more easly developed into there. There was access roads built when they did prescribed burns. They did environmentally sensitive vegetation removal. When that Caldor fire that burned on the other side of the mountain a couple of years ago threatened Lake Tahoe, it stalled there because they had this plan in effect. And this is something I don't see this county looking into at this point. And finally, the other thing that really stands out is on some of the vegetation removal, we have thousands of acres of eucalyptus trees. They're invasive species. They're like torches, the most flammable trees in the world. And, they're just sitting there as a firebomb ready to go off. You look at the Elkhorn Slough Foundation, they're setting up a template that we can use at how to deal with this. They're removing their 100 acres of eucalyptus at a pretty affordable rate. They removed 7 acres a few years ago for $100,000. And they're trying to get this removed, put in natural vegetation and get things under control. So I would like to see this included in here. Some of these steps so that we can start to go through and start to aggressively handle this issue. A lot of these eucalyptus are on private property, people that don't have the resources to get rid of them, and they're a public health hazard. They're going to need some assistance. So this is, I don't think this is really being thoroughly addressed into here, and it is a big issue for not just my district, but for this entire county.
Thank you very much. And maybe at the end of comments, maybe Annette, you could just address how just the comments about the advocacy on wildfire resiliency. But we'll go to other supervisor comments first, and we'll go to Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I want to weigh in on another side, but I will just add into to what Supervisor Church was saying, in that regarding the importance of wildfires. And I know that someplace I may have read it here, but I know that other counties have looked at this, and that is also relief to the individual homeowners for home hardening projects, like of hardening the roof line and ensuring that you've got trees at a 30-foot or, some places 100-foot parameter, so that you're able to get some help or a tax break or something in removing those and doing things along the lines of home hardening. A couple of other things that I was thinking about as well. I was pleased to see that under the Nacimiento and San Antonio area, that we were looking at this now as secure funding for a set of sub-projects, which I think is exactly what we were talking about, that I think some of us might feel that going after the big chunk is not going to be as effective as going after the smaller projects. But I see that particularly with the Interlake Tunnel, and the spillway, that I think one of the comments that I had read was that we were going to secure funding for a tunnel to connect the existing facilities, et cetera. And it was very broad. It seems to me that we might do well if we focused on getting funding for pre-construction costs. So if we could do something like get funding to do CEQA, where we would then find out what all of those additional problems or additional things that we need to address before we're able to seek full funding could be done. I don't know if that would also, if CEQA analysis would include anything about a Prop 218 vote, but it would not be terribly surprising to me if it did. And I agree with our county council that that's something that we need to ensure we pay attention to here. The other thing that I will continue to talk about and never seems to get on the list because it's a tricky one is ensuring that we work in some way toward getting cell coverage on Highway 1 and through the Big Sur area. When I think of all of the problems that we've had during fires of people not being able to communicate, and also the issues that happen with visitors who are coming down Highway 1 and hitting Malpaso Creek essentially and not having any cell coverage, except, if you know exactly where to pull over on the side of the road, at which little vista point that you can have it for, like about a third of a mile. I think that's just really important for us to work on. As far as the comments about the eucalyptus trees in Carmel Valley, we've got a grove of eucalyptus trees. And honestly, it is split half and half within my community of the people who want to take them out and the people who want to keep them. They have an historic, they have been qualified as historic trees. And so some people feel like they have to be protected while others look at them, as many of us do, as, they're just torches that are sitting there waiting to enlight. Those were the things that just popped out at me, but the cell coverage and looking at wildfires in a more focused way, I think would be very, very helpful and very important. And then finally, I'd love to take credit for this, but it's not really fair. But I just want to say that many of you may not know, but Annette Diadamo was my intern when I was a lobbyist for the American Cancer Society years ago. So it's such a delight to have the opportunity to work with her now in a much more just in a very different way. She's all grown up and doing great. That's really kind of nice to see from a former intern. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Supervisor Lopez. Nice.
Thank you. I do want to state support for the Rossi extension piece there being included, and would also ask that with the support of my colleagues, we include Halone as committed to in the past in our budget conversations. That's one that I've been working on with staff from Public Works, as well as the people like Fred Muir, a gentleman from Monterey who's been a huge support in getting us some additional attention and eyes. And I do think we're going to have some breakthroughs this year on that particular project. So I just want to make sure that, one, we're all aware of it, but two, that we include it as a priority, as it's something that I do think will move this year with some significant funding. And as part of that, obviously, if we are going to redo any work at the lakes, it's going to be a lot of truck traffic and weight moving down that road, which has already been impacted. But we want to make sure to do right by the community as it sees that additional impact on the Halone Loop. So hoping we can add that to this program. The other one that I'm hoping we can add, and it's really been an issue here in the last couple of weeks for us as a county, is river maintenance. I know that we have not had a permit to work in the Salinas River really since early 2000s, 2003, or was the rough area where we lost our permit, had a few more years left on it, but we were no longer allowed to renew it based on how we were categorized as not being owners of that river. And so as we come out of this particular flood and we see the damage that's happened to our communities because of the sediment and overgrowth that has occurred in that river, which is not natural because we do release water year round through management of the lakes, I'm hoping that we can prioritize perhaps some sort of a conversation with regarding river maintenance. I know I've had the discussions with the mayors in my jurisdiction, and I hope that we can continue to elevate that conversation. And I know that on the end of resolving the problems that were created during these storms, it might be an issue that perks its head up later. And rather than wait for that to happen to call it a priority, let's just do that out of the gate. On the wildfire issue, I'm supportive of finding a way to include it. Obviously, it's one of the issues that I deal directly with through my work at RCRC, and it is a priority issue for us. Obviously, the struggle comes when we're dealing with, are we talking about county jurisdiction, or are we talking about federal forest, and what's the interplay? I've experienced those fires that burn for 3 months and burn until it rains, and it's not the best way to approach those. But obviously, organizations like CAL FIRE and the Forest Service have different approaches, which we have to deal with as we go through those joint jurisdictional fires that end up in a unified command. Lastly, just want to share with the board, I did have an opportunity last week during all the madness to get down to the lakes and to see the condition of our lakes. And I know we're going to have a great summer because of the quantity of water that we have at the lakes, but I'm a little worried. One of our units down there saw a complete cave-in on the roof at the cabins. I posted that photo on social media for folks to see, and we also had some trees uprooted. We have the best park staff in the world, in my opinion. They do so much with so little, but obviously when you see that sort of damage, there's so much that you can't do in that instance. And I'm hoping that as we move forward, as we talk about bite-sized chunks, if we see an opportunity to make some investment in those quarters that do rent for a significant amount of money already, even when the water does not exist, it would go for a lot more if we were renting those during this summer when you stand even on that deck, even with the cave-in behind me looking out on the water. It was, I brought a driver with me that day. I had not slept much the night before, so I had somebody drive me around, and he looked out and said, wow, this place is special. It's his first visit ever to the lakes. And so I just hope that we can, as we said, prioritize that investment in our parks infrastructure to make sure we're getting as much back as possible in that work. But with that, I'll close my comments. Thank you.
All right, Annette, you want to just speak? I know in 2020 we had, I believe it was 2020, 3 simultaneous wildfires in Monterey County, and I know at that time we strengthened our priority and focus on wildfire resiliency. Could you just comment on that, because it's been raised by a few of I think 3 of our colleagues.
Yeah, of course. I'm happy to talk about all of the comments, just to make sure that we have everything covered that the board wants included in the program. But specifically on the wildfire issue, I think that we could easily add some language to just kind of strengthen the count. Like, I want to remember that we're talking about 2 different programs. So we're talking about the legislative program, which is where we do all of our advocacy for statewide policy that helps us achieve the goals that we're trying to achieve. And then on the other side, we have the grant funding program, where we're like actively looking for funding for county projects. So when we're talking about the wildfire and some of the resiliency efforts, those are things that I'm not prepared to speak to in terms of what the county is currently doing. I can easily add those projects once I understand better what they are to the grants needs inventory and the funding list. But for the legislative program, it would be pretty easy to add some broad language that talks about funding for wildfire prevention, response, and recovery, things like streamlining permit processes and efforts that help homeowners, whether that's tree removal or home hardening efforts. So looking for state policy that would provide some funding and relief for homeowners. Am I capturing that correctly?
I believe so.
Okay. And then could I go over a couple of the other comments?
Yes,
that were
please
made?
do.
Okay, on the Salinas Skate Park, Chair Alejo, are we talking about adding a state budget request for that we would want to talk about at the legislative workshop?
We could, and certainly that was the purpose of doing the tour with Assemblymember Rivas on the 27th.
Okay, so I will work to add that to the agenda and get like some kind of briefing materials. Can you tell me what the budget ask, like what the dollar amount would be for that?
In the grant request that we made that Ashley did for us, it was a $3 million request.
Okay. And then all the road projects that were mentioned, whether that's the Rossi Street Extension or Halone Road, we can add those very easily. We can also add strengthening language on the river maintenance issue, the sediment and overgrowth kind of issues that create some flood issues for the county. I think that we already have adequate language to talk about park facilities and our efforts there in terms of seeking funding for those types of repairs. And I think there was something.
There was the health clinic remodel funding, social services in Marina.
Right.
And then there was the goal of a cell phone service expansion in areas of need, in particular Highway 1 by
Thank
Supervisor
you.
Adams.
Okay, the Seaside Social Services property is included within the grants needs inventory. And the cell phone coverage for Highway 1, that's addressed within our legislative program under the broadband and telecommunications section. That's been a long time issue on the public safety side that we've been aware of and advocating for.
Thanks. And I think it's reassuring to know that it's still on there, and we will have that ability to weigh in when we see those opportunities throughout the year to advocate for that issue, in particular for Supervisor Adams. Okay, that's it. If that's no other comments, then we'll go to members of the public would like to comment on our legislative platform.
I just want to.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Annette had said that she was unfamiliar with a couple of issues there on the wildfire matters. I'd be happy to discuss things with her on that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I think our language is broad enough that because even on the other issues that you mentioned about some of the maintenance that could happen for wildfire prevention, I know Supervisor Adams has been advocating to get some of that money to deal with the fires issues and the safety issues in her district as well. Okay, any other comments? We'll go to members of the public. Any comments on the legislative platform and agenda for Friday? Seeing none.
There are two hands raised.
Okay, let's go to those hands online.
Yes, Mary Ann Bolin.
We'll give 2 minutes, please.
Mary Ann. Her mic looks like it's unmuted, but she's not talking.
Okay, if not, we could go to the next person and then we'll come back to her.
Yes, phone number ending in 902.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. First of all, I'm glad to see San Lucas Water is on the priority list. And the comments on eucalyptus disagree with actual fire investigations in Oakland, for example, and fire evidence. So it's important to base things on science and not, anyway, the Interlake Tunnel. What is the status of the mercury contamination in Lake Nacimiento? Is there regular sampling to find out? The broadband projects don't acknowledge or evaluate the public health and environmental hazards from wireless radiation or the ADA or fair housing impacts. New Hampshire did. Why isn't California? So don't block the civil rights rules and protections for people like me, and put more emergency phones in place along Highway 1 rather than add more cell towers. Radiation means less access for people like me. And finally, on the military, what does the board want to enhance, grow, protect, safeguard, and strengthen? The growing costs of military operations and facilities in Monterey County are ignored. Your report only cited a military council statement of purported benefits. There's the contamination of Monterey Peninsula drinking water, probably Casterville and Salinas' water, and agriculture from Fort Ord toxins, and probably in South County as well. Illness and deaths in Seaside and Marina residents and military personnel due to toxins at Fort Ord. The unstudied munition dumps in the ocean and the land, the unstudied soil contamination, the marine animal damage from military sonar and Internet of Underwater Things like NPS, the Navy's nuclear waste dump at the Farallon Islands, the threats to the future from WMDs and space weapons development here. This objective opposes peace and life. Martin Luther King, whose birthday we celebrated yesterday, called our government the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, and Monterey County is joining and sponsoring that with this objective. I urge you to reconsider your support for this expansion, strengthening of military facilities. We need to fix the problems that military has created here first, and we need to look at the military's impact internationally. Finally, I just want to say I'm uncomfortable the county uses the same law firm that California American Water Company uses, given the current controversy and legal situation.
Thank you very much. Let's go back to that.
Yes,
previous person.
Mary Ann Bolin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Speak up,
good.
please.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. This may go to Ms. De Adnano, but my question is basically, I was listening to the 2023 priorities, and I heard nothing about affordable housing. And I know you all are aware that we're under some pressure times right now, and we have a lot of unincorporated areas, Carmel Village, Castroville, Chullar, et cetera, and it seems to me like that should be a priority of some sort for coming 2023. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for raising that. And I believe it is for sure. It's been in our legislative platform for a very long time, affordable housing. So I want to reassure the speaker that it is in there, and maybe Annette could address it as well. But let's go to first to see if there's anyone else online who would like to make any comments.
I see no more hands raised.
Okay, Annette, you want to just address the last priority concern from our member of the public?
Yes, I'm happy to. There's extensive language within the legislative program that addresses housing, affordable housing, homelessness. We didn't have those listed out specifically as priorities. If we listed out all the county's priorities, we would have like pages long document of priorities. So we kind of, in the priorities document, really wanted to cover the things that we're going to be discussing at the legislative workshop. But I assure you, there is a lot of information within the program that addresses those needs. Perfect.
Okay, with that, we will then close public comments. I just wanted to point out that last year it was a lot more hopeful because we had a $97 billion surplus in the state budget. This year, in the governor's initial budget proposal released a few days ago, it will be revised in May, in the May revised, but it was already at a $22.5 billion deficit. So it'll be a very different time in terms of resources that may be available to achieve some of these goals. But we need a motion to consider approval of 11A through C. Yes. Yes.
Can I just get clarity, in your opinion, Annette, the issues I raised, which are Halone and river maintenance, would those be captured by the larger bullet points in the platform?
Well, we definitely have an entire section in the platform related to transportation infrastructure, but I can look through that and see if there's a place where I can use something like Halone Road as an example, so that like we have a parenthetical reference to that specific project within the program.
Okay, and the river maintenance piece?
Yeah, she mentioned that too.
Okay, perfect.
She mentioned both.
Okay.
The roads and the maintenance, and the river maintenance has been an ongoing issue because of the Rundo removal. I mean, we've been working on that for years, and so that's been in there for quite some time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, with those changes that we just listed, Annette, we will consider an adoption of the 2023-24 legislative program with the additions and clarifications that Annette just previously mentioned. Consider the adoption of the workshop agenda for Friday and adoption of the 2023 Strategic Grant Services Program. Can we have a motion for that?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Lopez, second by Supervisor Askew. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we're moving on to item number 12. Thank you very much. This is to consider the approval of the proposed Board of Supervisors Standing Committee rotation schedule and appointments for this year. Also considering staff recommendations regarding continuation and creation and dissolution of certain boards of supervisor ad hoc committees, and consider proposed appointments to the various non-county entities for 2023 as well.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, board members. I'm joined today by Karina Bukanovich from our office, who did a lot of work to put together the board report for you today. And I want to thank Les Gerard for his help on this as well. We have basically three types of appointments that we're requesting the board to make today. And we're going to go through each of the categories, but briefly, one is the standing committees, the so-called standing committees. And for the public who may not be familiar with that, these are committees of the board that speak to and consider basically broad policy in a variety of particular subject areas. And Karina, if you could show the first slide on that one. So these are the 12 different standing committees that the board has at the present time. These committees meet on a regular basis. They're subject to the Brown Act, the open meeting law. The committees make, and for the purpose of the public, make recommendations back to the full board on areas that are subject to the jurisdiction of the committees. And so the public can see the various subject areas that these standing committees cover. There are 2 board members appointed to each one of these committees. The board earlier last year, created a rotational system by which the board members are selected, and to create kind of a standard process every year once the rotational system is approved. And your board did approve that system back in December. So what you have before you today here is the first implementation of that rotational system. And this shows how the system would work. And the rotation is basically good for 3 years, the appointments to the various committees. The board policy that created this rotational system does allow for swapping of committee assignments, so to speak. In other words, if a board member would prefer another assignment, that there is a provision in the policy to allow for that kind of trade to go on. And in this particular case, what I'm aware of is that I believe Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Adams have discussed trading an assignment where Supervisor Askew would stay on the legislative committee and Supervisor Adams would stay on the cannabis committee. I believe that's the only one I'm aware of that the board members have discussed with us. The second variety of appointments is to what are called ad hoc committees. And for the sake of the public, these are committees that are specific to a particular subject area. They're typically of limited duration. And you have before you here the ones that exist as of today. The ones that you wish to continue with, we're going to ask you to reaffirm those committees and the assignments. And if you wish to continue them, we would recommend they be continued through the end of this calendar year. And then the board can reconsider those again next year. But these are meant to be limited duration, single purpose types of committees. And in this particular case, there are a couple of changes that we would bring to your attention. One is the committee, the ad hoc committee that was called the Downtown MOU Ad Hoc Committee. And this was a committee of the 2 members of the board and members of the city council to look at downtown issues. After consultation with the chair, we recommend that this be broadened to what you see toward the bottom of the slide, the Salinas County Ad Hoc Committee, because there are a number of issues that really go beyond the downtown scope that would be city-county issues that we believe this committee might want to consider. The Fire and Emergency Medical Services Ad Hoc Committee, that's a committee that we believe completed its charge, and unless the board feels otherwise, we would recommend that that be terminated with this action today. And then the final slide, and there are several slides there. I'll just leave this on this one for right now, Karina. This is what are called the non-county entities. These are, for the sake of the public's benefit, there are a number of organizations that the Board of Supervisors is required or requested to make appointments to. And these are non-county entities, such as the Community Alliance for Safety and Peace, or the Transportation Agency for Monterey County, the Local Agency Formation Commission, that have business that's important to the county, where the county board does have representation, but these are not per se county committees. There are 38 of these, or quite a few of them, and we can kind of scroll through maybe to the next slide so that the public can see these, Karina. And maybe, I think there might be one more. Yeah. There we go. One more after that. Okay. So this is all captured in your written board report, but we just thought for the sake of the public, we should put the slide on the screen, Mr. Chairman. But these are the three types of appointments that we're asking you to make today. And you have a staff report before you. I should say that on the non-county entities, the process for that was that the county administrative officer met with each of the board members and with incoming Supervisor Church prior to the end of the calendar year to see what the preferences were of the board members for these appointments. And then we met with the chair to review those. And so in a sense, what we're bringing forward today for the non-county entities really reflects the recommendation of the chair that we're carrying forward to you today. So we'd be glad to answer any questions that you might have, but that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Karina, any comments? Yeah. Okay, if you want to make sure. Always want to give you an opportunity to speak as well. Thank you for your work on this. I just wanted just as chair, usually the incoming chair would make recommendations, but this has always been a contentious issue at the beginning of the year. We moved it to the afternoon after all the ceremonies have taken place. But I think this year, I think it's just building upon the conversations the board had last year. First of all, just on the board standing committees, what I'm trying to implement is what basically the board decided that it looked forward to going in this direction starting this year. So the chart that was created last year, and our county council and Supervisor Adams had done a lot of work on this last year. Basically, that's what I'm recommending. And in our last meeting in December, where this was first presented to the public, that is where Supervisor Askew and Adams had expressed wanting to swap those committees, which that's part of the process here. But otherwise, that's what I'm hoping we could move forward here today. On the ad hoc committees, it's just some small technical changes. Obviously, the downtown Salinas MOU ad hoc committee has expanded because we now are working on an MOU beyond the downtown. It's now looking at collaboration in East Salinas, so it makes sense to just change the title. And obviously, the staff also, that one ad hoc committee already served its purpose, and I think that's all that's there. On the third part, which is the non-county committees, staff rightly, I like these charts because I don't think we've had these charts before where we list which ones are up for appointment today, which ones are appointees, our staff, and then the third one are those non-county appointments that are done later in the year because they have a term, and at the end of those terms, then they come back to and get placed on the agenda for a decision by the board on who to appoint or have continue on those boards. But largely what we try to do, what is recommended today, is to try to keep the status quo. What the districts had previously, it's pretty much trying to keep the peace by just stay in every district, whatever committees you had, we're trying to have that continue. So that's basically what I'm proposing. It was very different 5 years ago when I was chair, when it was a very contentious conversation, but in the spirit of trying to start the year off good and keep the peace and have everybody continue with what we have and with what we agreed with last year, that is the chair's recommendation today. So we'll open it up for comments, questions, and perhaps we would want to take 3 separate votes to vote on the standing committees, then the changes to the ad hoc committee, and then perhaps the non-county committees. But it's up to my colleagues here. We'll start with Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions at the very beginning regarding the ad hoc committees. Since the governor is ending his emergency order, do we really need to keep all 3 of these COVID subcommittees, do you think?
I think Nick could add to what I think the conversation I had with staff was that it's ending in February. We don't know if it's going to be extended. We didn't want to convey to the public that somehow that we thought the purpose of these committees is over because the pandemic, it does continue. And we thought that perhaps continuing a little bit longer and even during the year, they could always be ended by this board. But we thought messaging wise and recognition of the pandemic continues. That's why we thought, at least today, we would recommend that they continue for a little while longer.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. That's exactly the conversation that we had. You're correct.
Okay.
We thought it might be a little premature to end them now.
That sounds fine to me then. And then I had another swapping question. Supervisor Alejo, I was wondering if you would be interested in swapping with me the Human Services Committee for the Alternative Energy and Environment Committee.
Oh, I was actually excited about alternative energy. So that one I'm hoping to, I was looking forward to that one. I have served on the HR committee and I will be back on it in a year in 2025.
Well, I think I am hearing your answer is no. That's it for these two things. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Supervisor Lansky.
Just on the, similar to Supervisor Adams' questions about the ad hoc committees, I know that the communications ad hoc committee has been meeting every other month this past year, every other month, right? Every month? Oh, okay. Chris says every month, so I'm going to go with every month. So we've been meeting every month. It had been a once a week meeting. I was just curious if anyone can share how often the agricultural ad hoc committee and the hospitality ad hoc committee met last year. Is that continuing on a monthly basis as well?
I would say the ad hoc committee has largely not met as frequently but the communications just on issues as they've arisen have been done just by communicating with committee members.
And the agricultural one?
So the ag one met, I think last year 2 times, but
2 times, okay.
They were spread out, but it's as issues arose, as we
Okay.
started to see spikes.
And in the hospitality committee?
I think we met maybe 3 times,
times,
something like
okay.
that. And again, it was on an as needed basis.
Got it. And then the animal services, do we know how many times that one met?
That was at the beginning of the year. You know, we probably met once or twice in the first 6 months. In the last 6 months, we met 4 or 5 times. It was
Okay.
picking up speed.
Okay, got it. That's just helpful context. Thank you. I think those were my initial questions. Thank you.
And perhaps animal services is winding down too, because a lot of the work has been done, but I think
We still have some work to do before we can say it's winding down, but we're getting close.
Okay, cool. So we're getting there, just so you know, progress is being made. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, I just want to while we're commenting on this, just on the general principle here is, my colleagues will know, when this came up in December, I expressed some reservations with rotational process. I think it's, I'm fine with it this year. I think it changes things up, and that's good. I think there's some long-term problems with the rotational process because it has a situation where some supervisors just don't end up sitting on the same committees together. And I do think it's important to have that mixed up. I think it's probably gives an opportunity for supervisors to work together in a different atmosphere than they do on the board here. And I expressed an alternative idea with that, but I'm not going to pursue that. I think the board wants to go ahead with this. I do have concerns when it comes back down onto the non-county entities on the process. Again, I think this is something that really isn't best served by a majority vote of the board deciding who sits on committees. I think, there's a way it can be done where each individual board member can actually make a choice, and we can rotate it around in a way, but I don't think there's a support for the board for making a whole lot of changes at this point. Maybe there will be down the line onto this. So I just want to raise this, that I do think this is something that needs to be changed. I'm hoping we can come back and look at this again next year, maybe next December, and look at some solutions that will be a little more inclusive, a little less antagonistic, and a little more workable overall.
Thank you, Supervisor Church. Anyone else? Okay, let's go to members of the public on committee assignments. Do any members of the public would like to comment on these proposed assignments for 2023 for the Board of Supervisors? Any members online?
There are none.
Okay, maybe let's take one at a time. Let's consider a motion first, and to consider staff recommendations regarding the standing committee rotation schedule and appointments for 2023.
Move approval of the presented standing committee assignments.
Is there a second?
With second, with the 2 changes noted?
For the 2
Thank
changes.
you. For the change, the one swap noted.
Correct.
Thank you.
The swap for
I'll
Cannabis
second that.
Committee with
Thank you.
legislative. Yes. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any no nays? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Let's go to the ad hoc regarding the we will consider a motion on the recommendation regarding the continuation, the creation and dissolution of certain boards of supervisor ad hoc committees as recommended by staff.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Lopez, second by Askew.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carries unanimously.
And Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, that would include a 1-year time frame on those ad hoc committees?
Yes.
Unless
you.
they're wound down sooner, but yeah.
Yes.
Yes, unless
Those-
they're sooner.
Thank you.
But we will review these again next year at this time.
Okay.
Okay, let's go to the consider the proposed appointments to the various non-county entities for year 2023 as recommended. Do we have a motion?
Through the chair, I have a motion, and given the desire to move forward in this meeting, this has always been a controversial set of committee appointments, and I recognize that, and I don't like, as Supervisor Church said, there's got to be a better way for us all to move forward on this, and I look forward to having that conversation about how we can. But given the way that it currently exists and the way that we've made committee assignments, I will move the chair's recommendation with one change to the LAFCO appointment. And I lost it on my page. I think it currently has District 1 and 3 listed as the primaries, with District 4 listed as the secondary. And I would like to change that to District 2 and 4 as the primary, with District 5 as the alternate. And so that would be my motion.
I'll second that motion.
Can I speak to the motion?
Yes, let's go comments to the motion.
I just want to share that I'm concerned that that motion would remove every single Latino vote on that board. There would no longer be a vote for a Latino community on there, or the growth and impact that's being seen in our communities is in those particular districts. And so as we talk about equity and voicing community desires and needs, I can't support that motion for that reason. I just feel like we've had a commitment from this board to focus on and support equity. And that motion would remove, I think the only person of color with a vote on that body would be Mayor Oglesby. And it's just concerning in a community that's 60% Latino to not have a single voting member there. So I can't support that motion. I don't think it abides by the beliefs and what we've committed to as a board of supervisors over the years about representing our communities and making sure that all voices are at the table.
And I would just echo those sentiments. Monterey County is not only 60% Latino, but another 10% people of color. So 70% people of color, over 2/3 of the people that live in this community, they would not have representation from the county point of view on LAFCO. And we know that the biggest issues that are coming to have come to LAFCO in the last year and are coming to LAFCO next year have to do with a lot with the Salinas Valley and its future on growth and on housing. And so to not have anybody from South County, where the issues are most pertinent, I think that would be very troubling and concerning. I think you talk a lot about governing for racial equity and being just in terms and trying to have fair representation, but certainly on one of the most important commissions that this body appoints to, it should not be that there are no people of color serving on LAFCO on behalf of the Monterey County. So I would hope that we could move forward with the chair's recommendation for another year and perhaps make those changes when Supervisor Church comes in as chair next year. Supervisor Church.
Well, I can certainly understand the comments here and the motion at hand here as well. You know, I got to look at my own district. I have just about 20 different special districts overlapping, and some communities of Baranda and Bolsa Knolls that really don't have really in many ways just are being bullied around, and at least the people in those communities will have told me that, as well as a lot of communities on the edge of the county lines, whether it's Aromas or Pajaro, that it's just it's kind of a jurisdictional mess in my particular district. And I made it really clear in private conversations that I really felt it's important for me to have a seat on here to represent all the constituents in my district. So I'm I want to see a different process in place here. This is not the process that I think is really good for the county. And, that's where I try to, throw forth another solution. Perhaps there's a better solution past that. Perhaps there's the rotational process that county council had developed up last year for the standing committees that could be applied to this. There's different steps that could be done onto that. But, at the same time, it's really important to break these up. And I wish we're, breaking things up more than we are right now. I know the standard practice has been to just kind of hold these every year after year and not really make too many changes. And I think that's a rather significant error in the process.
So given the comments, I think I put forward a substitute motion for it to be districts 2 and 3 as primaries with district 4 as the alternate.
And Supervisor Lopez, to your motion, certainly me leaving LAFCO, I mean, I enjoyed, I know that the biggest issues, very important issues came before that board. I know on issues of Bolsono's, they have not, no issues are coming to LAFCO on Bolsono's or Romas or Pajaro. There's certain issues that come, only certain issues come to LAFCO for decision making. Most of them have been, for example, on water issues. It's been on Soledad. It's going to be on Gonzalez next year. So I know that at least for this coming year, it would be critical, if not me, but at least to continue to have you to serve on there, because you're the South County, which often doesn't have a lot of voice on a lot of big issues facing their communities. They should at least this coming year have you to represent them on that commission. So as a compromise, I hope my colleagues would at least support this substitute motion to allow Supervisor Lopez to still continue to provide South County communities, those disadvantaged communities, those low-income communities, to be able to have their representative be their voice on the biggest issues that are going to come confronting them this coming year in LAFCOs. So yeah, I could sacrifice myself, but I hope that the board will see the wisdom in allowing our good colleague Supervisor Lopez to at least continue to serve on there and to be a voice on those issues that will come to LAFCO this coming year that will significantly impact South County. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. Let's take, so I'll second your substitute motion. So let's take up your substitute motion first. And if, so all those in favor of the substitute motion by Supervisor Chris Lopez, you could please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those against? Okay, that's 3 votes. Motion fails 3-2. So we'll go back to the original motion. And that was to make districts 2, districts 4, the primary votes on LAFCO, and District 5 will be the alternate on that commission. So all those in favor, if you could please say aye. All those against?
No.
No. So the motion carries with the vote 3-2. Okay. What's that? Yes, please do.
Yeah, this is not something, the way that I think we should be governing. I don't think it's in the best interest of our community to have this kind of adversarial relationship at the beginning of the year. And I do hope that we can find a way that is going to be allow us to start the year off with better relations. The community that I represent, not just District 4, but the county that I represent, that I have represented in all of my assignments outside of this board. I'm not there to represent a district. I'm there to represent a county. And I think that we all share that commitment to our work. And I do need to say I take issue with this being called out as an equity issue. I think there are absolutely equity issues at play on this particular assignment. But we could have that conversation maybe in another setting where we're not on display. But I appreciate the respectful dialogue today.
Well, to respond, I would say, in my opinion, equity is not an issue where you could conveniently say every other time we should be talking about racial justice and equity, but when it's not convenient to your political points of view, we throw it to the wayside. colleagues say, let's not start the year this way, but yet they make hostile amendments to remove their colleagues who have been serving on here. And it's obvious that it's these communities of color, especially in South County, that are going to be the most impacted by the decisions that get made at LAFCO. And yet you have this majority of non-people of color now removing the 2 Latinos who were serving here. So for us, you tell us we shouldn't be framing it this way, but from our point of view, when we're being disenfranchised and our communities are being disenfranchised for having representatives that have been reflective of the voices of those communities, for us, it's I hate to place away, but it's insulting because we do a lot of talk about justice and equity and civil rights, but yet this majority now removes the 2 people of color that sit on this board. So I can't help but feel offended and insulted that our communities are being disfranchised in this way in this important committee that has so much power over the future of these communities of color, especially Soledad and the community of Gonzales.
And I have to agree. It's just when you look at communities like mine that for so long have had outside influences try to manipulate them, and we see the growth coming there. We know the projects that are coming are down south in those communities of color. And when the majority speaks down there and we still have outside influences coming in, trying to manipulate that conversation, it's hard not to set that frame when this board has committed to governing in a certain way, yet we haven't lived it. I think that's the bigger problem. It wasn't just this, it was also the vote on the Economic Development Committee at the end of last year. This isn't the first time, it's a trend. When you see trends, you got to call them out. We can't say, let's keep it behind closed doors.
Agreed. Anyone else? Okay, we voted on that. Decision was made. As unfortunate it is for us, we will move forward to our next item. We have a presentation by Tracy Molfino on a winter storm update.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask a quick question? I'm sorry. Did
yes.
that motion include all of the other appointments that were on the other agency? Did it? Okay.
It did, except for the LAFCO.
All right. Thank you.
The change was made there only.
I'm going to stay up.
Okay. Thank you. Tracy. Okay. Tracy, let's give our CEO opportunity to make some opening comments here. Thank you.
Supervisors, providing this update today for the winter storm will be Tracy Malfino. He is the interim emergency services manager and had been operating our emergency operations center out of our disaster emergency management office.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair Alejo and board members. I would like to just give you a quick update on what's going on at the Emergency Operations Center and throughout the county that has been affected by this major winter storm we've seen for the last couple of weeks. Luckily, Mother Nature is starting to cooperate, so things are calming down fairly quickly, rain-wise and storm-wise. We've been activated here at the Department of Emergency Management since the 26th of December. Since then, we've had over 200 individuals in and out of the Emergency Operations Center working at any one time. We'll have 60 members of both county, state, federal, and other local governments working out of the Emergency Operations Center. I'm happy to say that as of 1 o'clock today, all evacuation order zones have been lifted completely or changed to a evacuation warning zone. That includes the community of Paro and Arroyo Seco. So they are residents who have started to move back in to both communities. The sheltering as it stands right now for those displaced are in 2 locations for Monterey County. One is the Monterey County Fairgrounds, where we have about 80 individuals sheltering there from all over the county, and the Prunedale Grange in Prunedale, who were mostly residents of Paro. They're being transported, bused, and provided access back into Paro so they can resume their lives there. We still continue to maintain our temporary evacuation points, which are 3 libraries. They'll be working during the day hours. The Emergency Operations Center will be transitioning to a lower level starting tonight at 5 o'clock and be working during the daytime only as we move to the recovery mode of this disaster. We are awaiting still a presidential major disaster declaration. We have a lower level declaration that covers public infrastructure and public response costs, but the major declaration will open up considerably more funds for individuals, businesses, and the ag industry to help recover. We have instituted our agriculture unit within EOC to help plan and implement projects for both the workers of the ag industry and the actual businesses themselves to recover. It's estimated that between 20 and 25,000 acres of ag land have been impacted. At any one time, just to back up a little bit, at any one time, we had about 13, maybe closer to 15,000 individuals living under either an evacuation order or an evacuation warning during the height of these storms. And like I say, those evacuation orders have been lifted as of 1 o'clock today. We are estimating currently, and this is a low estimate, there's about $30 million in damage to public infrastructure, as well as response costs for this disaster, and another 50 million or more in ag damages from the resulting loss of fields while those fields drain and are made suitable to plant again. So again, the process of recovery continues, and that'll be continuing for months, if not years, as we process these grants for recovery funds from both the state and federal government. So if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mufino. I really want to first of all express our gratitude for all your leadership and your hard work. Not only you, but your entire team. It has not gone unnoticed. We really want to express how appreciative we are of your tremendous work during all these storms. And I know a lot more work lies ahead. But let's go to any questions from our colleagues, and we'll start with Supervisor Adams.
Thank you, Supervisor Alejo. And Tracy, thank you for all of the work you've put in these past few weeks and everything that you've done. I had a couple of questions for you. First, about the damage assessment. When we're talking 80 million for damages, that's public and ag. Has there been any estimation made of the damage that has incurred to residents, and then in addition to that, to businesses? I've been hearing from the hospitality industry about a lot of places that have suffered damage from the storms.
We're estimating currently, and this is just an estimate, about 100 homes have been damaged by the flood, 100 private residences. Today, we're releasing a website so individuals, residents can self-report damage to their residences, and we will soon be releasing similar for businesses as well. This is all in preparation for hopefully FEMA identifying the major disaster declaration, where funds could be available for those individuals seeking relief. So 100 homes damaged throughout the county currently, and that number is expected to go up as we get further and deeper into this recovery. FEMA is currently in Monterey County, and we'll start some of the assessments tomorrow with our staff, who have been working, like you say, long hours through this whole event.
Yeah. And then what about small businesses?
We're
looking at that, or is there an avenue for them?
Absolutely. We've been in contact with our economic development folks here at the county to stand up that unit as well, that are beginning to look at the losses for retail and commercial businesses. And that's something through SBA, once the declaration has been upgraded, that will be taking place.
Thank you very much for that.
Sure.
And then a second series of questions I have is about the fairgrounds. I assume that when you said 80, you're talking about the Monterey Fairgrounds in Monterey, correct?
That's correct. The Santa Cruz Fairgrounds, operated by Santa Cruz County for the Pajaro area, is closed or closing late this afternoon, and those residents are returning to Pajaro.
And how long will we keep ours open?
We're in the process of ensuring that every individual there has some place to go, or services provided before, if they choose services before they go. We're looking at probably Thursday evening or Friday, closing that emergency shelter as well, once we get everybody the assistance they need.
Thank you so much. And I know because I went over and was chatting with the people, a number of the folks who are there are unhoused people. When you talk about finding a place for all of the folks to stay, my expectation is that we've got social services and our housing folks working with them. Can I believe that that's what's happening here?
That is absolutely accurate. Behavioral health, our social services and others that's the mission at this point, to provide some alternatives for the unhoused if they choose to go there.
Thank you so much. And thanks again for everything that you've done throughout all of this. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none? Okay, yeah, comments. Let's go.
Tracy, I just want to acknowledge you and everyone of our county team that has been a part of this response. In the 15 years that I've been with this county, I've not ever experienced such a coordinated, professional, well-run response to a crisis like this. The way that our community partners came together, the way that you called in resources as needed. Supervisor Lopez yesterday had his team out in San Ardo delivering meals that had been prepared by businesses in District 5. And were being delivered by residents in District 4. Just the coordination and the commitment to everyone finding the way to plan for the worst and then make sure that we were prepared, fully prepared. It was just par none. So I just want to acknowledge that and say thank you to everyone. I hope you all get a chance to catch up on some sleep as we start to catch our breath. Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you.
Correction by our CAO.
I misspoke earlier. The name of the department is the Department of Emergency Management. Apologies.
And we're all getting used to that. We were also used to for years saying OES, Office of Emergency Services, and now it's a Department of Emergency Management, DEM instead of OES.
Yeah, Chair, if I could just add one more thing, and I'm remiss for not adding it, but the work done by Public Works, by the Sheriff's Office for every public safety agency in this county has been absolutely remarkable. Those long hours for those folks in the field that have provided services, kept roads open, has kept this county going, north to south, east to west. So I want to pass on my personal thanks to everyone out there while we were safe inside of our building, trying to coordinate everything. So thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Tracy. And we all look forward to continuing working with you and your team as we move into recovery soon. Okay, any members of the public have any questions on this winter storm update presentation? Nobody in chambers, anybody online? Nobody? Okay, Supervisor Lopez.
As we come back, I just want to say thank you to every single person who helped respond to this emergency, from the folks who do it professionally, from Public Works, the sheriff, Nick Chulos, and the entire team with Tracy at the EOC. It was a pleasure to stop by and see you guys work and do it in such a way that, man, you really made the community feel seen and heard in a time when we know it is extremely hard to continue to communicate. You guys found a way to do it professionally. But I also want to thank the volunteers throughout this community. No matter how many places I showed up, you saw people in the trenches who didn't have to be there. They were folks who worked at churches, folks who just happened to live across the street from a food distribution point, who asked, do you have an extra yellow vest? Can I help? They jumped in and did the right thing in the right moment to make things a little easier for a neighbor or a friend. And I am forever grateful to this community for that response. I know I shared yesterday and a lot of folks saw it, but I'm hoping that we can continue to remember that the recovery from this will not be a quick one. It will be a long one. The way that this will reverberate through our local economy will have impacts on everybody. A lot of folks focus on the farmer and the berm and the land, but the farm worker who works that land, the farm worker who depends on that vegetable or product ending up in a packing house or a processing facility, and those numbers come in lower, that means hours come in lower, and margins in a household like that can be extremely hard to meet. And so just want to continue to keep them in our thoughts. And as we work through the work that we have to do, we continue to think about them and the way that we can ameliorate some of that pain moving forward. I know that the work we do is important for them and for every single person in Monterey County who's been impacted by these storms. And so continue to appreciate every single person who's been part of a response, from filling sandbags to making sure that that drone stays in the air and we have the latest eyes in the sky to make sure we know what's happening on the ground. But just gratitude from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Yeah, and we all thanked our county staff, but I want to thank Supervisor Lopez for representing us on Meet the Press yesterday, to being a voice of concern of how this storm is impacting our county, our communities, and agriculture. So that's very much appreciated, and certainly seeing Supervisor Lopez in action despite having a newborn baby really showed how important his community and his work is, but how he balances that with his family. But I also want to commend all our colleagues. I saw Supervisor Adams in the press conference, seeing floods home in her district, and Supervisor Askew and our new colleague Supervisor Church, you were all attentive to your districts and really trying to help the community get the right information and really trying to be proactive, working with our different partners and trying to prevent things. And we understand that the storm could have been much worse in key areas around Spreckles. And I know Pajaro, it was a miracle that those levees held up the way they did. It truly was. And I just wanted to express something to the residents of Pajaro, obviously being the mayor of Watsonville previously, but my father's church was right behind the Quick Stop in Pajaro. He started his ministry there. My family grew up in Pajaro. After the 95 flood, I was a student at UC Berkeley. I was hired as one of the first rec leaders at Assumption Church to serve the youth of that community in the aftermath of the storm. So that community is very dear to me. And I really want to thank all our county staff who prioritized Pajaro. I want the message to say that in the storm, Pajaro was prioritized. There was a lot of rumors early on that the levees were going to be broken intentionally on our side, that the levees had broken, but they hadn't got the information yet. And then most recently that there wasn't enough care, that there was looting going on where that wasn't accurate. But I want to reassure the residents of Pajaro that this Board of Supervisors cared about Pajaro before the storms, during the storms, and afterwards, and it will continue to always make that community a priority. So I just want to convey the message that our team and our crews out there worked hard, and because of their work and because of the grace of God, Pajaro was not flooded, and those homes have been protected, and the businesses there too. Anyone else? Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. Yeah, I need to add in with a few more thank yous. And I want to thank all of the staff throughout the county. I know it's their job if they are asked to, or told that they need to go to the EOC and work, but they did. And I really want to thank all of the people who were seconded, went over, put their own jobs on hold, their own agendas on hold while they put forth incredible effort. It was a thrill to be there. And I really just valued every single person that came forward. I think for our newest Monterey County folks, particularly for Sonia and also for Tina Nieto, and Glenn, you as well. But for Sonia and for Tina especially, every time I saw anything or it went anywhere, boom, they were there. And I just, sometimes the best way of getting to know a job and getting to know your community is in the face of disaster, because you have to jump all in. There's no hesitation. And I really appreciate everything that you did in that regard. The last group I want to thank is the many residents of Monterey County who wrote to me to thank Randy Ishii for the work that he was doing, the work and his team. And Randy, I speak to you just with the deepest thanks that I probably can for everything that you did. I don't think that you ever slept. And I'm sure that there's a truck someplace that you drive around in, and I hope it's got a little blanket and a pillow, because I know that that's what you've been doing. But the number of people who have contacted me via email, via text, or even phoning me to say thank you to you. I just wanted you to know that. So thanks very much. And thanks to all the folks who took the time to acknowledge the work of you and all of the people on your team. Thank you.
Supervisor Church.
Yes, I just want to extend some of these thanks as well too. I want to extend also to Supervisor Alejo for being out there with the staff, Supervisor Lopez, and to the communities there, particularly to Public Works. I mean, I constantly bring out that these people are first responders. They're out there working just like anybody else, called at last minute to do things, and they just perform extraordinary. And, I also, we have, the sheriff's department, of course, has done a great job. I know out in the Pajaro area, they were in evacuation for almost a week. There was a lot of concerns about some break-ins that would go on. I think that would seem to have been held to a minimum because they were on patrol 24/7. And, that's the kind of attention that community needs. The community has asked for that kind of awareness and this kind of attention from this county. I mean, there's a lot of communities like that are ignored by the county that aren't getting their full attention. Supervisor Alejo and East Salinas is an example, and I'm sure Supervisor Lopez. There's Tular and there's many other communities down there that need the same kind of concern. And I think the people in this community were really at their end when it was going on about a week, and they were still not able to come home, and the businesses couldn't open because these are really working people. But I'm hoping we can build up the trust for them and for other communities and get them the services that they know that they're being treated equally. But overall, the staff of this county did a fantastic job of dealing with that. And perhaps you should also refer to first responders or the people in the Water Resources Agency. They're up there on that levee. I know some of them as friends that are up there spending all night up there. I mean, this is beyond the call of duty.
For sure. Last word for our CEO, Sonia Del Rosa.
I do want to finish by stating something that a person at the Emergency Operations Center stated when I got there before I started my official workday, and it was that everybody was there to support Randy and his team. And the work that was being done by Public Works on the street in the form that Supervisor Church has mentioned, the work was extraordinary. It was getting people out of harm's way. And Tracy was calm there at the EOC in support of the entire team that was over 200 people, many of them disaster service workers that were brought in and really doing a job that they normally would not do. And we're just really great and professional about doing that. And of course, Nick Chulos was also present at the EOC to make sure that all of us remained informed and that the word was being shared through our media, through Nick Pasculi and his team. So there was a large effort, but very many people trying to get the information out and ensuring everybody was safe. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam CAO. Okay, we went to public comments, so we will end this report. Thank you, Tracy. Once again, we will now move to item 14 to receive a preliminary analysis report in response to the board referral seeking to devise a comprehensive program utilizing the opioid settlement funding dollars. And I believe we have our Health Department Director, Elsa Jimenez. Thank you for being here in person.
Yes, as directed, I am here in person. Good afternoon, Elsa Jimenez with the Health Department, here today to provide a preliminary update response to board referral number 2022-26, which was assigned by your board at the end of November of last year. Just a brief summary. The largest settlement is from the big three, which are the opioid distributor defendants as McKesson, AmerisourceBergen, Cardinal Health, as well as an opioid manufacturer, Janssen or Johnson & Johnson. At the time of, as of today, the county has been in receipt of approximately $1.3 million associated with some of these settlements. And in addition, other cities in the county with populations of 10,000 or more residents are also eligible for receiving these funds. And some of those cities have elected to receive the funds directly. That includes the city of King, the city of Marina, the city of Monterey, the city of Soledad, and the city of Salinas. Although city of Greenfield is eligible to receive the allocation directly, they elected to have the county receive those funds and administer them on their behalf. I have started to engage management at these cities to help identify what their plans are with respect to how they're going to expend these opioid settlement dollars, to help address some of the impacts that have been experienced by our communities and our system with respect to opioid misuse, and have started to have those discussions. I do hope to finalize my discussions with these cities in the next week or two, and we'll plan to return to your board on February 28th with a more comprehensive response to this referral, which will hopefully include a plan that it has the city's input, our stakeholders' input, particularly Prescribe Safe, whom I've been having conversations with for several months now with respect to opportunities for investment to help address the impacts our residents, our communities, and our systems have experienced with respect to opioid misuse. So unless your board provides alternative direction, the plan is to continue on this path and return to your board on February 28th with an updated response.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. I just wanted to ask, and maybe County Council has an answer to this, but I was just curious about an estimate about how much money total between all the different cities and Monterey County, because you mentioned we've received 1.3 million, but do we expect that number to be much larger? I thought it was several million. And the reason I'm asking this is because the last time this came up, it seemed the cities had opted to do their own thing because we didn't have a comprehensive program in place. And so they said, well, send us the money. But it does seem to make a lot of sense that if we had one program that where everybody puts their money in, then the residents of any city in Monterey County could access. It's a one-stop shop for residents to get those services. And it's informed by our experts in health and our doctors who have been working on opioid issues in our county, some of the top experts, versus cities that don't have health departments, they don't have experts for them to try to figure it on their own. It seemed like that money might not get put to the best use. So
if I may through the chair before Les responds. So the 1.3 million that I referenced is money that the county has received. That is County of Monterey's allocation plus the City of Greenfield's allocation. We are still working with County Council to help determine which settlement for what year. Okay. We don't have definitive answers with respect to that. I can speak a little bit to some of the plans from some of the jurisdictions. So for example, the City of Monterey already has a multidisciplinary outreach team that really helps to address the issues with related to homelessness or other individuals. So they have, law enforcement, they have a community advocate, they have social worker types, part of this team that really does outreach in their community to help individuals who may be experiencing challenges from opioid misuse or other substances. The City of King also has a very robust youth diversion program with a local nonprofit. And so their plans are to help use their small allocation to help support and expand their youth diversion program. So although these entities do not have a local health department per se, they are close allies and stakeholders of the health department in terms of delivery of some of these services. And they are very much open to continuing to have discussions about what more we as a community could be doing as a whole with respect to further investments needed, whether it's at the city level or countywide.
Got it. County Council?
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I don't have that figure off the top of my head. I've made an inquiry, and as soon as I get it, we'll let you know. My very vague recollection was that there was going to be some more money, but remember, this was a settlement with a lot of jurisdictions in it. So Monterey County share was never going to be that big, but I'll get the information as quickly as I can and let you know.
Great. Maybe for the next time
Yes,
it comes back.
Definitely. We can hopefully by then have more information.
Right. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Supervisor Askew.
Yeah, I just thank you for putting this referral forward. I think it is the kind of thing where we have the opportunity to leverage sort of the bigger whole by putting everything, we're working together in coordination. And I just want to, I think my colleagues would agree, we're available. I think sometimes it's helpful to have electeds to electeds engage in these kinds of conversations as well as the staff to staff conversations. So I would just encourage you to reach out to us and let us know how we can reach out to our colleagues in the cities that we represent. We often have these conversations, but if I don't know exactly what we're planning and I can't make a strong argument for why, the city of Marina, for instance, should partner with us, it makes it harder. And ultimately, when staff go to their councils to ask for direction, if we've been able to provide some assurance to the electeds who are giving direction, it can make a big difference. So I would just encourage you to continue using us for that purpose when and how necessary.
So far, cities have been very responsive to my communication via email. So thank you for that offer.
All right. See no other questions. We'll look forward to your report in February.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, let's go to any questions from the public on this item, on this referral. Don't see any, none online. Okay, we will move on. Let's go to item number 15. Let's consider the board referral requesting the clerk of the Board of Supervisors to augment their budget to cover all expenses for framed board resolutions and selecting an updated ceremonial resolution template, all of which were posted online to review before today's meeting.
Thank you, Chair. As mentioned, I'm Valerie Ralph, Clerk of the Board of Supervisors. Assisting me today is Alex Fatsula from the media room, who will be sharing the screen with the new ceremonial templates when he is asked to do so. This presentation is to consider a response to Board Referral number 2022.21 submitted by Supervisor Alejo. The referral requested the Clerk of the Board of Supervisors office to augment their budget to cover all expenses for framed board resolutions that are requested by the chair, the district offices, and county departments throughout the year, and to enhance the look of the board ceremonial resolution template. These ceremonial resolutions recognize service and extraordinary achievement, improvement of quality of life, or awareness on issues surrounding the community, etc. On November 30th, 2022, the augmentation was recommended by the Budget and Analysis Division with the Budget End Year Report and was approved for $6,000 by the Budget Committee. This will allow the Clerk of the Board's office to create a new line item in their budget, which is being requested as ongoing funding separate and apart from the Clerk of the Board's own supply budget, which is where the funding was coming from. There are 3 new templates that were created for the board's consideration. And at this time, I'll ask Alex to assist with sharing his screen showing attachment A and B side by side at this time. Thank you, Alex. The initial cost for attachment A and B new ceremonial resolution templates. So it's $915 estimate for 1,000 pieces of the new ceremonial templates. All areas in yellow will be raised gold graphics for an elegant look. The difference between the two is one is with the bell, which is attachment A, and one without, that just has the county seal at the bottom. The additional cost would be $4,000 approximately for 200 black frames in the size 11 by 17. And then additional $1,000 approximately as a cushion if additional framed resolutions are requested by the district offices and others in excess of 200. And Alex, now if you can pull up attachment C at this time, thank you. The initial cost for attachment C new ceremonial resolution template. The estimate is $2,698 for a cost of 1,000 pieces of the new ceremonial template. All areas in yellow will be raised gold graphics for an elegant look. Or cost for 500 pieces is $2,373. Again, approximately $4,000 for 200 black frames at size 11 by 17. However, if this changes to colored frames, this may cause additional costs. And again, $1,000 as a cushion if additional frame resolutions are requested by the district offices and others in excess of 200. So totaling for 1,000 pieces would be $7,698, which is over the proposed or approved 6,000 budget. And for 500 pieces, it totals 7,373, which is 1,373 over the approved 6,000. And lastly, if Alex can share for attachment F at this time, which is our current ceremonial resolutions, which at the bottom, there is a gold seal that stands out and gives it a more formal look. For 1,000 pieces, it's costed out at $630, which we do have a 6-month supply remaining. The Clerk of the Board's office would like to thank Supervisor Alejo for bringing this referral forward, as it dedicates a standalone funding supply devoted to the framed board resolutions and will not limit the clerk's funding resources that are needed to support the office. In addition, our office would like to thank Veronica Fernandez, our budget analyst, who assisted in obtaining the funding, and a huge thank you to Nick Pasculi, County Communication Director, and his team, who took the lead on creating 2 of the newly proposed ceremonial resolution templates, which are A and B. Without him and his team's take charge lead with their artistic skills in creating the design proofs, it would not have all come to fruition. Also, a thank you to Linda Gonzalez from Supervisor Alejo's office, who worked with the vendor to create the new ceremonial template attachment C. At this time, I'll ask Alex to bring up attachment A, B, and C for review.
And these will be the physical copies, right? Oh.
right there. I do have physical copies that I can pass around.
Great. We wanted our colleagues just to be able to see what they don't totally look like that because they haven't done the gold embossment yet. But so they'll look even nicer when we get those in person. I just wanted to speak on the first of all, thank Nick Pasquilli and his team too for devising the first two. The only concern I have with number one was the El Camino Real bell. These are bells that have historically been put on along, I think mostly the 101 corridor, but it was originally to be a historical marker for the El Camino Real. But the only issue there would be the connection with the mission system, and in some communities like Santa Cruz and other cities, they've actually removed these bells just because of some of the history and stigma that some of them have. So I would just say that's the only concern I have there. But I brought this proposal forward because serving in the legislature, we had an office of Speaker's Office of Member Services, and this was just a reprographics team that really did nice certificates, nice resolutions, really high quality. And for a long time, we had the standard resolution that was black frame, black matting, black lettering, and only the gold logo on it. And we thought because these resolutions, we give them to people in their retirements, special occasions. We have a wide range of reasons why we give resolution away. It's to be something that just more colorful and something that people would be very proud to put on the wall. That came from this committee. I looked at many resolutions or certificates that came from other counties and other cities, and they're very beautiful. But with this also, we've realized that we would even save money because currently we are making standard black frames, which are more expensive. We're using matting, which are more expensive, and the certificates are very low cost. But overall, I think we would save thousands of dollars towards these frames, matting, and resolutions. Matting we will no longer need with this new certificate. So certainly I want to speak to the third sample because it does include the middle of our county flag, which in there it includes Colton Hall. It includes the Monterey Bay. It includes the agricultural fields. It includes the Pinnacles Mountain in the backdrop, and it includes the California condor, which is symbolic because the condor flies from Big Sur on the coast to the Pinnacles in the Salinas Valley. And it seemed that was just to add some more history and iconic images of what is representative of Monterey County. We wanted to provide this additional option. The only thing I would add, because there's a slight more cost with the printing of these particular certificates, it could be with a different vendor. We only got one estimate, but certainly from our office budget, we don't want cost to be a factor, and our office would be willing to pay half the cost of the printing cost so that it's not a factor for this board. We're just trying to get the certificate that's most representative of Monterey County that we would like to have standardized in the future for our resolutions. Any comments on this by anyone?
Thank you.
Supervisor Adams?
Yeah, first I want to thank everyone for the time and effort that you put into the design of this. This is not an easy. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to reference them while I had them in my hand, but I can pass these down here if you'd like. Maybe this one I'll take too. Thank you. Even though it's got the bell. So just a couple of thoughts or questions that I had actually, as in looking at this, one of the things that bothered me is that as I looked at the one that we have been using, it's got the Board of Supervisors in little teensy print and resolution in big print. And I felt like that's something that we need to change. We need to reverse that so that it's a little bit more appropriate in that regard. And then I wanted to ask if there's significance. Is this like the county flower that we're thinking of? You know, I'm just wondering if there's any significance to the graphic along the side.
Yes, from what I understand, and Nick Pasquilli is also online if you have questions, but my understanding is that's the California poppy.
And perhaps this is supposed to be, and this is lupin as well.
Nick is raising his hand. Let me ask him to unmute.
Good afternoon, supervisors. The flowers are supposed to be an artistic representation, not meant to be an exact copy of So more or less to reflect the floral environment found in Monterey County, encapsulating wildflowers, poppies, and lupin, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
And I would just add that a lot of the resolutions that we looked at also had a kind of floral, colorful designs to them. And we try to emulate some of that. Any other comments?
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, forgive me, at the risk of really putting my neck in a noose, because nothing is more horrible than complaining or trying to change someone's artistic vision. But I just, it's expensive. And I just wonder if we would not do well to have something simpler with the name at the top, and then maybe a diversity stripe going down the side, something that shows the multicolor of our county, as opposed to, the sort of floral kind of thing, and then our name and our seal. Just wanted to weigh in. As I say, I know I put my head in a noose by talking about in front of an artist, the rendering.
Anyone else? We're looking for opinions here. So we got option A, option B, or something else.
Quick question. The bell, is that representative of the procession, obviously down the Royal Road, or I just want to, it's not a mission bell?
To me, the bell itself is just an insult to the indigenous people, because there's been so much discussion around it.
So I think my preference was, I don't know if it had a letter. It's the last one that came through, which was essentially that same design without the bell in it. Yeah, I think this one here, it's lettered B and it says the seal will be below. I liked with the seal at the lower portion, but rather than coloring any design within the letter C of county, that was my preference. It's cleaner.
All right.
And I want to follow through and, second Supervisor Lopez on that. I think it is cleaner that way. I think it looks better. I don't like the bell either. It looks out of place artistically as well as the other problems. But I would agree with anyway, Supervisor Lopez on that choice.
Okay. Anyone else? Supervisor Askew.
So I think we're just gonna lay it all out. I think my initial sort of thoughts were I would envision something more modern for Monterey County. We're leading in so many areas. We're leading in agriculture. We're leading in, hospitality. We are on the front end of innovation in so many ways. And this feels it feels older to me. It feels sort of like something I would see if I was going back in sort of the books to be like, oh, look at the history of Monterey County. But having said that, I don't have a strong opinion. And so I think that item B, the number B, I've got it up on my screen here. I think it's a beautiful drawing. And I think it will add color to, I like the idea of modernizing our resolution. So I could be happy with that as well.
Great. Perfect. All right. We got a majority. I like C obviously, but I will go with B as well, to move this forward, modernize it, and maybe the board in the future, when we if they think of a different design, that could be done. But certainly it was time to do something, just upgrade from what we had for such a long time, for the benefit of our resolutions and for the people that we recognize in these chambers. So with that, we've got a motion from Supervisor Lopez.
So moved.
Is there a second? Yeah, yes. Okay, now we got any comments from the public on this item? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, got that done. All right, let's go to our next item. Item 16, receive a preliminary analysis report in response to the board referral seeking to request county funding contributions and development of a long-range funding source for Pajaro Park.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Brian Flores, Chief of Parks. With me, I have Director Randy Ishii. And I'm having the presentation done remotely by one of my staff members, or Jessica. If you could pull that up, please. So this is in response to referral number 2022.23 put forth by Supervisor Phillips. And it is to consider a county contribution to Pajaro Park and long-range funding. And this would be our preliminary analysis report. Next slide, please. So just a presentation overview. We will have our background of the item, the process that we will need to follow, and then recommendations and options presented to the board. Next slide. So board referral number 2022.23 is to consider a current budget shortfall and the funding request from Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Services District, which owns and operates Pajaro Park in the community of Pajaro, and is also to examine the need for a long-range funding solution for the park. And there's also a large capital improvement need in the upcoming years to replace the artificial soccer field. Next slide, please. This is a map showing where the park is in relationship to the Pajaro community. Next slide. So the history of Pajaro Community Park, it was built by the former redevelopment agency using some state funds, $5 million in state funds, as well as private donations. Over the course of a few years during the construction period, Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Services District entered into some agreements with the county to accept the property as well as the maintenance and upkeep of the park. In 2015, the district entered into an agreement with the county for an annual contribution of $25,000 up until the year 2039, and that's currently funded out of the CAO's budget. And then more recently, a vacant county parcel transfer occurred, and the county's portion of the net sales was to be distributed to the district, estimated at approximately $5,000. Next slide, please. And additional background, the district is requesting a county contribution upwards of $40,000 to $60,000 to meet their operational needs for fiscal year 23. Annual park expenses for maintenance and operation are approximately $59,000 to $64,000. This escalates with a 3.5% annual increase based on CPI. Capital improvements such as replacing the artificial soccer field will be needed in the near future, and estimated costs of that replacement is $500,000 to $1 million. Next slide. So the process for the near term would be to, if the board so chose to go this direction, would be to have an augmentation to the district. We would need to go through the budget committee and through the board of supervisors for that. And this will present some options for the funding source on the next slide. And then to consider a long-term funding source for Pajaro Community Park. And our timing would be to return to the board in April of 23. Next slide, please. So option A would be for the immediate need for the one-time contribution for FY23. And this could be funded out of general fund contingencies or the cannabis assignment. The amounts represented there of the general fund of approximately $500,000 and the cannabis assignment of 5.8 was done in December. So I'm not sure if those numbers are still the same. Next slide, please. Option B would be more for the long-range funding of the park. And this would be for the district to conduct a Prop 218 election for annual tax assessments. Currently, there are no tax assessments for the park. It is funded, the operations are funded out of the initial fundraising efforts and any remaining funds that the district had for the park operation. in the referral, it states that the district is not able to do a Prop 218, but from our research, we could not find any documentation that would preclude them from doing a Prop 218 election. And in order to do the 218 election, the district would need to conduct an engineer's report or a rate study, which would outline the current maintenance needs as well as long-term maintenance needs and replacement program. Next slide, please. Option C, and this would also be for the long-term funding, would be for the county to consider an amendment to the current $25,000 annual funding, which is funded through the CAO's non-departmental budget unit. The impact would be a reduction of those funds to county services and other departments. Next slide, please. The fourth option would be for the county parks to assume the funding and operations and maintenance of the park itself. And this would be, of course, the most costly option because it would detail having staff as well as materials and supplies. It could also potentially have legal and liability issues as the district would be partially dependent upon the county. Next slide, please. So recommendations and options for your consideration would be for the near term. Sorry, my brain's a little fuzzy after 2 weeks of storm detail and a new baby. Would be for the county to have an allocation for the district to meet their budget shortfall for this year. We would need to go through the budget committee and then the board. And then for the long term, our recommendation would be to look at option B, which would be the Prop 218 election, and we would meet and confer with the district. There has been some discussions with the district that since Pajaro community is much larger than the actual district boundaries, if whether or not this should be a county and district combined approach, or we could modify the referral and the request or rescind the referral and request. Next slide, please. Any questions or comments from the board?
And as we come to the conclusion of the staff preliminary analysis report, just to add to our Chief of Parks' explanation, there's a couple additional data points that staff would like to add to the Board of Supervisors. The first being that at a past Board of Supervisors meeting of this full board, they heard a developer bring forward their project in the community of Pajaro. At that point in time, the developer committed to providing funding on a 5-year basis as a contribution to this park. Although the details of that still need to be worked out, that was an offer made by that particular developer. So that's something for the board to be able to keep in mind. And staff will need to work on that further with that developer as their conditions manifest themselves. An additional point that was brought up by former Supervisor John Phillips is that this is not the only park in the county that is under a similar set of conditions. Another park in the North County includes Aromas Park, where it's operated by somebody else and they have some funding challenges. So that's one that potentially in the future could come to the board as well under similar circumstances. And as a final point before staff hands it back to your board is that we have representatives of the Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Services District here in the audience today that would like to say some words. And thank you very much.
Great. We'll go to them first. Thank you for being here. So if you want to speak to this point, we're grateful that you waited all this afternoon. It shows how important Pajaro is to you and the parks there. So thank you for waiting here today.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Copeland. And with me is Don Olson, and we are members of the Board of Directors of the Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Service District. And we're here to encourage the Monterey Board of Supervisors to fund on a continuing basis the Pajaro Park located at the beginning of San Juan Road in the community of Pajaro. The cost to maintain the Pajaro Park exceeds $60,000 annually and is expected to increase at an annual rate of 3.5%. We currently receive $25,000 annually from the Monterey County, leaving us short $35,000 a year to cover the cost to maintain the park. Former Supervisor John Phillips prepared a thorough history of the events leading up to the Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Service District acquiring the park. However, I'd like to elaborate on the role the redevelopment agency played in the funding for the park. $5 million was obtained by Monterey County through the redevelopment agency to construct the park. None of the excess funds remaining after construction, if any, were forwarded to Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Service District to supplement the funds donated by the residents, concerned citizens, and businesses. Subsequent to the completion of the park's construction, the redevelopment agency promised Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Service District that the agency would contribute $500,000 to the park fund to be used for the maintenance of the facility, together with the money that was contributed to the park. Unfortunately, the California Redevelopment Agency were closed prior to their funding of the $500,000, and that left Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Service District relying solely on the donated funds to cover the future maintenance costs of the park. These funds will be nearly exhausted by the end of the fiscal year 2022-23. Former Supervisor John Phillips offered 4 options to address the financial needs of the park. Option A kicks the ball down the road, so to speak. It's a one-time infusion of 1 year's finances. And this doesn't answer our park's financial needs and really become just a Band-Aid. Option B suggests a Proposition 218 would address the problem. However, the Pajaro residents are an impoverished agricultural community, and to ask this underserved society to bear the burden of financing $40,000 or more annually, it would be unfair and a hardship on most residents. Additionally, the residents of Las Lomas, who probably use the park, would resist supporting the park. Option C. We support option C and request the annual contribution of $25,000 be increased to $60,000 with a 3.5% annual COLA adjustment. The Pajaro Park is used by the residents of the Pajaro community. It's safe, it's well kept. Teens and youngsters alike can use the playground, the basketball courts, baseball, soccer, and provides an alternative to drugs and gangs. Option D. The acquisition of the park by the Monterey County Park System would probably cost the county a great deal more than our current budget. This park is better served by the Pajaro Sunny Mesa Community Service District, continuing its management and maintenance role of a local service provider that listens to the neighborhood. Thank you for your patience in listening to us, and please do the right thing and find the funds to keep the Pajaro Park alive and financially sound.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. And he wasn't to the 2 minutes because he was part of the presentation as the district that maintains these. And I know they maintain more than Pajaro Park. I think they maintain Cayetano and Little Cortez Park right on Salinas Road for that community for what was normally a county responsibility. Any other comments, other board member? Okay, thank you very much. Let's bring this back to questions first, and we'll go to Supervisor Church since it's his district.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you for the presentations and, for the options and hearing from the community out here and all. I can't see where I can support 218 at all. And I think Mr. Copeland addressed that real clear. We don't do this for any park. And to do this for a park and a area that is, excuse me, my voice seems to be fading on me as the afternoon goes, but to do this for a park, to 218 funding for a park in a community as lacking the resources that others have, it's backwards. It's just no way I can support this as a funding way. It puts a burden upon this community, and these people can barely pay their own bills, and they've been neglected for a great deal of time. I'm also not convinced that option D is really has to have these kind of high numbers. Pajaro Sunny Mesa is doing this for $50,000 or $60,000, and I don't think there's work there for 2 staff people to do. And we don't have 2 staff people at all other parks, and to try to say we have to have a minimum of 2 staff people at every park is trying to do a one-size-fits-all that just doesn't fit many feet. So I don't know where the equipment breakdown is on here of 100 to 200,000. I believe there is a piece of equipment at the park of that for cleaning the artificial turf. I mean, if the county was to take this on, would that be something that we would have to purchase from you folks, or would you turn it over?
The general manager.
Okay. Well, I'm hoping it's something we could work on out if we had to go that way. But I think in terms of the county taking this over, there could be a lot of paths to make it a lot cheaper on option D. And I also wonder if we aren't really looking at all the other options that might be available as well. The soccer field, the soccer field, maybe we could find some sponsorships from the community. We're not talking, or from the larger community, from some businesses, for example. $50,000 or $60,000 isn't a huge ask out of here. And I think some might come up from some people that would assist in this community. There was funds that were raised privately to build this. So why, can't we draw some funds in as well? There's another option, which I don't want to go on quite publicly, that I've heard about, not specifically for this, but in a general community of activity that's going on, that could be a source of funding as well. But I think we need to continue to explore this. I would like to look at option D and really, starting to nail this down a little firmer and see if we can't make it a little more realistic. It shouldn't be costing us several $100,000 when Pajaro Sunny Mesa can do it for 50 or 60. I think there's something wrong we're doing on our side. And I just don't want to see 218 as any option.
Thank you very much, Mr. Church. I'll speak next on this because I know I was glad when Supervisor Phillips, before he departed, put this referral in play. I think there was a lot of great efforts to get this park together. I know the Millers were very much involved. We not only the county redevelopment money, but we also got a grant from Prop 84, which is a state parks bond back, I believe, in 2013, 12. It was early on. I was still in the state assembly. But I think but if you go on any Sunday, I was there even as the storms were happening and people were sandbagging. Games were going on in that park, and every single parking space was filled, and the cars flow out to Brooklyn. It really shows that park, it has intense use. I mean, it was beloved from the very beginning, and it's highly used. And so I know Supervisor Phillips put this because the equipment, the playgrounds get very much worn out quicker because of the high intensity use, and certainly the artificial turf gets highly used, and the maintenance is more than expected, I think, when the park was originally designed and built. So I would like, and I would just to 218, I would agree. Pajaro already went through 218 to help contribute to the Pajaro Regional Flood Management Agency. So to now come just a couple months later, I think that was in June. So to come a few months later and now ask for another 218 for this, I think is not practical. And number 4 seems as the most expensive option, but for me, 4 is not. We don't really need to reinvent the wheel when we have a partner in the Pajaro Sunny Mesa agency who's been doing this work already. Have a staff, are very familiar with the parks. I would just agree with the fact that we need to augment the money, and perhaps augment it in a way where some amount is put aside in a reserve, so that when the turf needs to be redone in a few years, we're not having to pay for it all at once, but over several years, the money has been accumulating there, and when the time is right, then the money is already there to redo the artificial turf. I think that's a gradual, more practical way for us to do it without not having to put forward too much money all at once, but certainly understanding that the cost is greater than it was when this agreement was originally done, there is intense use of the park. And number 3, that we need to put some money in there for future reinvestment and maintenance of the park itself. So I think that's number C option. And so that's where I would think we should go when this comes back to us in the next report. That's at least my initial thoughts. Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, I think my only concern is precedent. Right. I know I've had quite a few special districts approach me that run parks that have asked for help for different things, right? New bathrooms, running lines. And I'm just worried about running down that route and saying, we're going to start feeding when we have our own issues. Obviously, the lakes have been a major issue for me and just the condition. And we're starting to see some of those investments finally happen with ARPA dollars, but there's just still concerns about our own in our parks that we already have. I agree. I don't think a 218 would fly here, let alone that it's appropriate. I think it's going to take a unique partnership. When the county takes something over or partners, there's cow cap and all these other costs that come into play, which end up costing more than folks anticipated out of the gate. We've seen that several times. So I'm not a believer that that's the solution for this problem either. So I'm comfortable sending staff back to continue the conversations to focus on what sort of partnership could be created specifically around. I mean, I'm hopeful that with the additional housing units coming in, we talked about some potential funding coming from there. There was a support mechanism that they talked about. I would love to see that play a role. And I don't want to just us turn out and say, hey, we're opening up the coffers to special district parks, come on out, because I have a lot of communities. I've got communities that don't even have parks. And I walk into communities like Chula and they say, we want a county park. It's going to be hard to say that obviously in a situation like this, well, we're funding outside parks, but we're not going to bring you a park. It's extremely difficult. And those decisions have been made by this board in the past based on the fact that our parks don't make money. We've heard that repeatedly, but we know parks aren't intended to make money. And so as this shift happens, I think in this particular case, I'd like to see more of a focus on the partnerships that have been committed to with the new housing that's been approved in the community.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Lopez. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you. So I'm thrilled. The last 2 years, this board has had a huge commitment to increasing access to community parks and making sure that we have the infrastructure that's needed, the safe playgrounds. We've put money into a lot of our eliminating fees for people to get to county parks. So I really am proud of that commitment that we've made. So to Supervisor Lopez's point, I know that this is not the only park in our community that is experiencing financial challenges. And there are many communities that don't have any type of park access currently. So just recognizing that reality as well. I think we have to factor all of that into this decision making. East Garrison does have Lincoln Park, which is a county park supported through Prop 218 funding. So we do have a precedent for using 218 dollars to support county parks. However, this Pajaro is a very different community than East Garrison. I recognize that as well. I think what I'd like to do is ask to have our Parks Commission review data on where we do and don't have open space throughout the county and where the need for investments in whether it be county parks, community parks, whatever that sort of broader view is. And then we can bring back some prioritized lists that maybe we could be considered as part of the existing CIP and budgeting process. I'm not opposed to talking about amending the MOU for annual contribution. I don't know that we know the exact number and that we have the additional funds from that were committed at our last month factored into that calculation. I also think it may be worth engaging our newly elected supervisor to look at what some of those sponsorship opportunities might be for community partnerships. Want to thank the folks who are here today for your leadership and representing your community and asking for what you need. If we don't ask for what we need, we're never going to get it. So thank you for being the voice of community. But I do want to be really, I've said this before and I'll say this again. I think that how we approach these kinds of requests for financing in a transparent and open way and do it as part of our annual budgeting process so that if we're doing it as one-offs, and it's whoever can get in front of the board through whatever relationships they have, and we're making allocations that way, it isn't really a fair and equitable process that everyone has an open chance to participate in. And I do think that that's important. So I'm not sure if this is very clear. You're getting clear direction from all of us up here, but I think what I'm hearing is that there is interest in figuring out how we can be supportive, and that we want to do so within the context of the broader needs for park and open space needs for all residents of the county. So that would be my ask, to maybe refine a little bit and bring it back.
Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. Number one, I also am opposed to a 218 vote here, but I just am curious, is there any idea what the annual income is for people that we would be asking to do a 218?
Just let me pull up my sure. We also requested this information from the district. We have yet to receive it, but I spoke to the general manager today, and they have the information, so they'll be getting that to us. But just from the census data, from the 2010 census, the 20 wasn't available yet. The median household income for the area is $58,529.
Okay, thank you for that. I would share, I think my thoughts are that we should probably.
That is just the greater Pajaro community, not necessarily Pajaro Sunny Mesa.
Yes,
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. I think I will defer to my colleague who represents that area and see if we can't come back with some additional data, another way to look at it. But as I said, I'm opposed to a 218. The only thing I worry about with Supervisor Askew's request is that I feel like that's taking it, is that taking it out of the realm of the intention of the referral itself? If he's not here, we could just expand it.
We can submit a new one. I'd love to see parks in San Bernardino, San Lucas, and Chular, all which do not have a park.
Well, one thing I can say is that at least we aren't charging people to go into the park. Thank God. The parks that we have, like Toro Park as an example, where it's the only backyard some people have. And I'm very thankful that we are not charging people to go into the parks anymore. But at any rate, my hope is that we could just take another look, see if we can come up with a few other options as we look at this. Thanks.
Thank you. When do you expect this will come back, Brian?
We're looking at April 23.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I would agree, the larger question should probably be a separate referral than the more narrow focus on Pajaro Park. So we look forward to having this come back, but we have some comments. Is there any members of the public who'd like to speak to this item? Yes.
I'd just like to point out that if this is not funded by the Board of Supervisors, we will reach a point where we have to reserve $45,000 in order to do a 218 study. And that's what it costs. And so we don't have a lot of time to make this decision. We start to use up whatever revenue we have, or not revenue, whatever reserves we have, and then we're out of luck. So that's what we're faced with. We're faced with running out of money to continue to operate, and also run a 218 study. So.
And then on the other end.
Yeah, we'll go, if you could, we'll go one at a time, please. Yeah.
You object to the funding. The parks are already giving us 25,000. And we wouldn't have been requesting this if the Department of California Resource Redevelopment would have given us our full funding. We wouldn't have needed that because we would have had it. And as far as the address, as far as the housing that has promised us money, they're only giving us a portion of what they promised us originally. And that money is still under negotiations in the courts. And we don't know, we can't guarantee that right now we have about 50,000 in reserve to run the park. And if we don't know in the future here, whether we're going to be able to keep the park open or not.
Thank you very much.
I would say that there were supposed to be several other people from the community here today, but as you know, with them being evacuated from Pajaro, they were unable to get here. And if you just go down to that park on any day of the week and see the mothers in the park or watch the boys play ball, you'd understand that community is tight knit and it's their only outlet.
Well, we would ask our county staff to inform you when it comes back in April, and hopefully those community members could come and
Okay, I
speak
will.
before us. If not here, on Zoom. We have both options. Okay, public comments from anyone online? Okay, thank you very much. If there's no further questions, we begin our comments, no motion needed. It will come back in April and we look forward to taking this up then. More comments, Brian?
If we could get some direction from the board on whether or not to move forward with the near-term augmentation for the district to amend their current MOU or
Restate what that is, the
so they
35,000.
need approximately $35,000 to fill out their fiscal year 23. So that could be the contingency or cannabis assignment money.
Is that 35 in addition to the 25 we've already put in?
Correct.
You want to make a motion on that, Supervisor Askew?
Well, I was looking at our District 2 supervisor, but I would be comfortable making a motion at this point if, okay. I will give you, I'll give you the honor.
I'll
of-
second it, or I
Yeah.
don't know which one of us made the motion, but I will, I'll make the motion then to augment that onto those funds to address that there.
And that would be for the one time while we go through everything
I
else.
just wanted that clarification. It's a one-time, right?
Yep, the one time
Until we figure out the long-term solution.
while we look at other things.
Yeah, and I do want to, I hope Supervisor Lopez is going to put forth a referral on some of these other communities, or Supervisor Askew will, because I think I'm a big supporter of parks. And when you go to parks in these disadvantaged communities, these people can't go on vacations to Yosemite. This is where they get their recreation, and it's just really important. And I think the county needs to find a way to address that. It's a real important issue of quality of life.
Great. Thank you, Glenn. I'm happy to second that motion. And to everyone who's headed back home in Pajaro, the last thing we want to have is a gate on the park when they're getting back into community. So thank you.
Very much agree with that, and I'll support this motion as well. Is that what you need for today? And then we'll
we can move
consider
forward.
other options when it comes back in April?
Correct.
All right. Let's go with all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against? Okay, motion carries unanimously.
Very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in April. Okay, we're done with that item. Thank you, Randy and Brian. We will go to other board items, board matters. That for CAO? Any other board items?
Yeah.
CAO, any comments on anything else for today?
No comments. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to board comments. This is our last to wrap up any comments, announcements by supervisors, and we'll start to the right. Supervisor Askew, and we'll go down this way.
Just a huge thank you to everyone in the community for listening to the orders from our sheriff and our emergency personnel this last week. It was a rough one for so many, and I have great faith that we will bounce back from all of this. But our number one priority, my number one goal, I know the sheriff and our CAO, was to keep our community safe, and I think we, as far as I know, have managed to do exactly that. So thank you all for just your patience and understanding, and for remaining in communication with the right folks so that we can get messages and get things corrected, fixed, changed as needed to ensure that goal of safety for everyone.
Supervisor Adams.
Thank you. I just want to extend my sympathy and my empathy to all of the residents who have been impacted so much by these storms, whether or not you had to evacuate or whether you were simply fearful that your house was going to flood again. I really appreciate the patience that you have shown as we've worked through this terrible spate of weather. I also hope that there is a sense of urgency that we all have as supervisors to really move quickly with damage assessments so that we're able to really move forward with FEMA and all of the other places where we can hope to have some recovery. So my hope is that we'll be moving into the recovery phase before so very long. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Supervisor Lopez.
I'd spoken quite a bit about the storms, but I know it's going to hit the press tonight. So I just want to thank the food bank. I was able to put together an interesting coalition of private foundations who've funded a long-term resource injection into the community of San Ardo. It started tonight when 3 trucks showed up from the food bank, bringing water, food, and long-term need essentials for that community. I understand that will go on for a month. So I'm just thankful to all the partners continuing to make things happen and for all those willing to engage, whether it's out front or behind the scenes, to make the change for our community. Proud to have been a small part of that, but thank you to KSBW. I know that they just asked me if I was aware it was going to be on the news tonight, and I just learned that it was going to be on the news. I thought we were doing the first delivery tomorrow, but here we go. So thank you to everybody who made that happen.
Supervisor Church? No comments. And I would just want to reiterate the thanks to all the reporters who are out in the weather, just with a lot of our crews out there really reporting the news. It was critical to get that information out in English and Spanish. So I want to thank all the reporters. And certainly I want to really thank the community of Pajaro that really had the evacuation order that was just lifted today at 1 o'clock. But I wanted just to reemphasize how much how important that community is for us. And for the park, I would just suggest also looking at other potential opportunities. I know the Monterey Peninsula Foundation, for example, for certain projects, like perhaps when the artificial turf needs to be redone, for specific projects, those foundations could fund it. I know they've given a lot of money to the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex. Most recently, the San Jose Earthquakes are funding some soccer-related activities and improvements at the Rabobank Stadium in anticipation of the World Cup coming to the United States in 4 years. So perhaps there's some other opportunities to get sponsorships that could help with some of the major capital improvement projects at Pajaro Park. But with that, I just want to really thank all our staff, thank our county council and our new CAO for doing a good job at this meeting today. And with that, everybody, we will conclude our comments and we will adjourn today's meeting.
I have a readout, Chair.
Oh, readout from county council.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair, members of the board. In closed session today, by unanimous vote, the board voted to initiate one matter of litigation. That concludes my report.
And so we will adjourn today's meeting. Good luck and good night. Thank you.